That one sentence blurb. Do you want that spoken or typed?
Oh, please, no speak. That will get people used to your voice as well. All
Okay.
right. At least in theory, we are now streaming,
All right.
which means currently nothing because I'm certain we have nobody at the moment following. But,
Except for Kyle.
Yes.
well, but Kyle is not watching.
Hey, I subscribed.
Oh, on the YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a stream, though. That'll be a record later. It'll still have all of this, so we can listen back to it in its full contents for whatever purposes we have. All right,
what's
welcome to the first live stream of Epic Blunders, which you guys will quickly find out. We like to craft big tales about interesting characters, and then we usually screw up a ton along the way. Mostly because our dice don't seem to like to roll anything but single digits. So it makes for some interesting unwanted or unwarranted adventures as a result. I'm the GM. I'm Anthony, and we're gonna hop around the table, actually, the virtual table, and get everybody to introduce their characters so you can get used to their voices. So let's see. Let me go down the list the way that we have it on our big sheet. So first we have Anna.
All right. My name is Joe. My character is named Anna. She is a cute, shy, pallid elf, Circle of the Stars druid. She calls herself an astromancer, where she divines meaning from the heavens and applies it to the everyday.
All right. Next is technically Link, who is not present. Link is a wood elf, fey wanderer ranger who grew up in a small little village and has ventured off with you guys in search of bigger and better things. He's pretty quiet, and his favorite thing is killing stuff. Next is Pix.
Hi, my name is Kyle. As he just said, my character's name is Pix. I am a rogue trying to make it as a wizard, and I like shiny things.
All right. Next up is Ryan.
My name is Brian. I'm playing Ryan, and he is an Azamar warlock who pretty much is a cowboy and likes to gamble and loses a lot.
That he does.
Yeah, he's not allowed to hold his own gold anymore.
All right, next up is Whiskey.
Hi, my name is Frank, and I'm playing Whiskey Katsanova. He is the bard of the company, and he is also an archaeologist who likes to find relics.
Good party to be in, then.
Mm-hmm.
Next up is Nona.
Hi, my name is Corinne. I'm playing Nona, who's a barbarian human. She's out trying to figure out her dreams that she's had.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things happening there, but you haven't necessarily gone in the right direction quite yet. At least not while you're awake.
No, not yet.
Next is Grolid.
My name is Sean, and I'm playing Grolid. He is a king orc blood hunter who sounds a bit gravelly and doesn't speak much.
Also eats gravel, right?
Quite a bit of it.
And last but not least, making up the player characters, we have Willem.
Hi, I'm Steve. My character is Willem, the half-elven wandering paladin of the wastelands. The guy who shows up to give you a hand and then is gone before you can get a thank you out. That's pretty much him.
Maybe the longest he's traveled with a single group in quite a while.
Actually, the very longest he's traveled with a single group in quite a while.
All right.
You guys need him more.
Yeah. Or maybe you need them more.
All depends on the rolls. Who's rolling the ones that night?
Right. All right. So to give you a quick, most recent recap, um, which I can do in a second. If you want a large-scale recap of what's happened the entire gameplay since we started the campaign, they started at level, were you guys 4? Level 5, maybe.
Those 3.
Definitely
Level
weren't.
No, I think it was
Definitely
4.
weren't 3. Yeah, I think you started at level 4.
Was
You're
4.
currently level 7. And if you want any recaps of the adventures they've had before, we've been putting that up on our YouTube page. So if you go looking for Epic Blunders on YouTube, you can find that there. That was also good for a couple of our party members who weren't present at the beginning and actually got a chance to hear what happened before they jumped in. So if you're interested in that, you can go there. We're almost caught up on the recaps. They are currently going through a undersea grotto cavern of some sort. It seems like it may be a temple. They're not entirely certain, and they're traveling with an NPC companion known as Captain Malden the Eel, who is a Triton pirate of some sort, and he's looking for, at this point, he's established he's looking for a number of things that he thinks are here, and has agreed to transport you to your intended destination in exchange for you traveling to this place with him and figuring out its secrets. So you guys have managed to go down one of the 3 paths, and last week you made it into another chamber and just had briefly started to uncover what that was. As some of you were climbing into a pool that was in this chamber, it seemed like this little tiny pool kept expanding and taking up more of the room itself to fit more people. There was also a bunch of deep speech written along the walls, and Grolid had just, right before we stopped, found a note scrolled on a stone in the corner of the room, and this is the only thing that was written in common, and it read, "To enter the lair of the entity, you must speak aloud your greatest secret. You cannot lie to their magics." And that's where we left off. So, what would you like to do?
I know there was a few of us in the pool.
Yeah,
Can
do you remember
kinda-
who was in the pool?
I believe.
I was.
I am.
I don't remember where I was.
I think there were
Grolid had not made it into the
I think
pool
there
yet.
were 3 of you, maybe 4. Link might be in the pool as well. So I
He
think
is.
Anna, were you already in there?
I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
so I think it was Link and Pix and Nona currently in the pool. Those of you who are in the pool, you as Grolid speaks this aloud, you actually feel a little bit of warmth in the pool itself, as if the water is compelling you in some way to speak. Those of you outside the pool, you hear him say it, but there is no connection to the room itself.
Which is odd considering that the water was like frigid up when we first got in, right?
Yeah, it's ice cold. Well, the water that you swam through to get to this chamber, this particular one isn't quite as cold, although it is relatively cold. But you feel just this general warmth come over you as he speaks it, and then it starts to subside.
Huh. Well, I think that's the truth. The water seemed to warm when Grolid said that, so well.
I mean, all things being equal, if you need me to, I can go first. I'm the one that brought you all here. If anybody needs some more time.
To not get wet? Absolutely. Even though I am wet.
Malden sits down on the edge of the water and then slides in, and he actually goes completely under for a moment. And those of you who are in the pool, you see some kind of bubbles. You realize he's taking some deep breaths in the water. As someone who's a Triton and has natural ability to breathe underwater. It's almost like he's kind of refreshing himself a little bit. And comes back up. And as he does, the pool again begins to expand a little bit more. So whereas when he first went in, it was a little tight squeeze, it looks like he can fit yet another person. And he looks around and says, "The truth of the matter is, you talked about slaying that basilisk the other day, right?"
Yes.
Yes.
I felt a little bad, and that was really why I offered to take you where you needed to go. My suspicion is that's the one that's been haunting the waters down here for a bit because it's looking for me. A couple of years ago, I slayed its mate up in the far northern reaches where they usually come from. It didn't like it too much, and so I've been hanging about in the southern waters for a while. It seems like it may have come looking for me, so I'm much obliged for you taking care of it. But my secret is that I've actually been on the run from that for a bit.
Why are you telling us this?
It's my greatest secret. Doesn't have much to do with me pirating down here at all. It's more to do with the fact that I was running afeard. As he says this, you, especially those of you in the water, but everybody sort of notices the water that's been mostly still to this point starts to slowly spin in a tiny, lightly churning circle. And just for a moment, it looks like this really weak whirlpool is starting to form. And as he finishes, the water flashes almost like blood red for just a moment, and then it goes back to the clear pool that it was before, although the movement is still faintly swirling.
Huh.
Well, maybe we're done for the day.
Not until we all do this.
Do we all have to do this? I mean, there's things that should be kept quiet. And like, just saying. We have to give our darkest secret. I may just stay here.
Well, then we all probably will have to stay here. It doesn't look like anything much more is happening here.
Agreed. Well then, there's... You all know the difficulties I've had with...
Do you have to say it here or in the pool?
No idea. But
I would assume
presumably,
since it's the pool's magics that you can't fool, I would assume you have to be in the pool when you confess it.
as I was saying, you all know the difficulties I've had with, those machines, and where they may be coming from. And quite frankly, I've been terrified of the implications of that. But it's... as much as it scares me of that, there's a small part of me that I don't really want to acknowledge that welcomes that. For almost my whole life, I've been alone, different. I mean, I've never come across another creature like myself, and most mistake me for a monster anyway. The truth is that oneness, that inclusion that Primus promises is quite tempting. And that, but on the same token, I it doesn't make sense to me. If I'm not me, then what am I? Who am I? And
But I don't think you've ever told us what he promised you.
it's,
So I have a hard time grasping.
I have a hard time putting it into words. It's, you're not just you. You're not just yourself. You're not alone. Like,
Does he want to make you one of those machines?
I was. And it brought with it a oneness, a wholeness of everyone. No one was alone. It was comforting. It was, no matter what you were doing, you could be assured that you were never alone. Not just physically, but up here in our minds as well. We were all one, and yet many. And it was peaceful, and I can't help but, there's a small part of me that can't help but want that.
As Pix is saying this, the water in the pool starts to spin a little bit more quickly. Those of you who are in the water have to kind of grab a hold of the side a little bit to keep from kind of being taken with the current as it starts to spin around, or you can let it carry you around in a circle. And you also see, again, this flash of blood red, and then it subsides.
With that, Nono gets out of the pool. What is going on? She climbs out completely.
That seems pretty clear.
I seem to think that we have to air our dirtiest laundry.
Okay.
The stuff with the
We'll
darkest stains.
I think the pool will probably swirl us off somewhere once we all reveal our secrets.
You mean like suck us down the middle like a funnel? Yes, probably.
Like a whirlpool, yes, a passage.
Yes.
That is the path that we're currently on, if you remember.
I would think that the whole room will become that at one point or so.
Well, there's no other way forward either. So,
Nona, when you climb out, the pool stays the same size. It doesn't seem to shrink back. It seems to almost be more welcoming and accommodating. As you climb out, even though the water felt cold, the room itself feels much more frigid. Like sometimes when you're in a pool and you climb out of the water and the wind is just strong enough that you want to get back in the pool because you're too cold, you're getting that feeling now. There's no wind, but you feel a lot colder out of the water than in now.
Well, she sticks her head back underwater and motions to everybody else that's under the water to come out and up.
Oh, I assume everybody's kind of sitting almost like a hot tub, those who are in the water, and just kind of sitting so that their head's out of the water and bobbing.
yeah.
Yeah, I had figured myself completely under, but okay.
How many people are in the pool?
If Nona got out, then I think there's 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pix,
Whiskey did
Pix
not
Link,
and
go
Link
and
and
Malden.
Malden.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if we have to tell our secrets. Okay, fine. Who's next? If she hugs Pix to her and
Oh.
strokes him, don't worry. You're not
You now
alone.
have friends, so just remember that.
I understand that, but there's this and there's that, and what I've experienced growing up. It's a shock in all three ways. And to be fair, the only reason I don't feel in danger of saying these things to you all. We've been through quite a bit, and you're right, we are friends. So it's not as if we are going to use this knowledge against each other.
Well, it depends on who it is, but hopefully not.
Around this
We
time,
haven't
you
heard
get just
everybody's
this.
dark secrets yet.
Around this time, you hear just this faintest mumble that really only the people in the pool are able to hear. I'm gonna have to speak up for Link and guess at what his secret is. But my guess is with Josh that I'll probably have put a little bit more thought into this than he has at this point. Anyway, you hear just kind of him mumble under his breath. Sometimes I just want to kill things, and I don't really like being the compassionate thing that the Everlight wants me to be. And that's it. And
Willem laughs. He's like, "That's a secret."
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. What? That ain't no secret.
And the water starts to pick up a little bit more, and you have the pool again flash blood red, and then go back to its normal clear color.
Is the pool something you can just want to wade or walk into, or is it something you
Hot tub.
hop into immediately deeper?
From what you're able to see, what you guys were able to see, you don't see a bottom to it, if that's any indication.
Yeah.
And they're like you
Okay.
can sit on the ledge with your feet dangling in, but there isn't like a slope to this particular pool.
Yeah, I'm kind of hanging off in one of the edges near Nona if she did in fact get out.
In that case, Grolod will sit on the ledge with his feet in the pool, and he just, my greatest secret is my greatest fear. And that's that I won't be able to control the dagger, and that it'll control me instead.
What?
What?
That's. You've already said that.
Why do you think the dagger can control you?
Have you had visions?
Numerous dreams. I know the dagger, and it knows me. It's manipulative and controlling and very intelligent.
So were you on the side of good or the side of evil when you held the dagger?
Let's just say that if this group had met me then,
We would
you
have
would be
slaved you.
attempting to kill me. Yes.
We need to know this, Grolin, so that when we get there and the dagger is there, we can keep you from it.
It's my responsibility.
Not
If
for you to
anybody
grab it
can-
and attempt to kill us. No, it isn't.
But we can help you control yourself if that's what you need.
Can we banish the dagger? Interesting. If it's an entity, we could. Maybe.
We absolutely are, or at least I absolutely am out to destroy it.
Well, we will help you do that, if it can be done.
In my experience, sometimes the problem is not with the item that's being wielded, but with the person doing the wielding.
Don't let Link get it.
Yeah. I can't imagine you, Grolid, hurting us. Regardless, you've been a good friend and a good ally. If anything, I trust you with such a thing. If nothing else, you know the darkest of creatures, and you've dedicated your life to stopping them. Yes.
I have.
Then
I have.
Then I have no fear of whatever the dagger is capable of doing to you, because if anything, I feel like that you will be able to overcome it.
I believe I can as well. I simply fear I'm wrong.
Grollet, as you say all of that, and the conversation kind of wanes a little bit, you feel, actually, you don't even notice it until that conversation is over, and then you look around and you wonder how you got almost completely submerged in the water. You're not sitting on the edge anymore. You're now treading water in the pool itself. And the water is picking up again. It's starting to have enough of a current now where even those outside of the pool are seeing the swirls, and you know obviously what this is beginning to form at this point. And Grollet, it's unsettling because you didn't feel yourself physically going in, and you also didn't feel like you were fighting anything. If you went in, you felt like you went in under your own accord. But why you don't remember that, you're not really sure.
Oh, this is disconcerting.
To everyone else, Grollet
Why?
eventually, in the middle of the conversation, just slowly just slid off the ledge and into the pool, almost as if he was doing it on purpose.
Why, Grolid? What's wrong?
I didn't get into the water.
But
Yes, it did.
yeah, you did.
You stepped backwards and walked in. Yep.
You slipped right in.
No, I sat on the edge with my feet in the water. And then suddenly I'm in the water.
Speaking
We
of
all-
which, lad, I recommend you grab a hold of a ledge. The current's getting a bit strong.
Yeah. But
As he's saying
Grollet
this,
will grab it.
yeah, Grollet is just kind of almost spinning around in circles right now.
But Grolid, we all watch you slip yourself in.
That's even more disconcerting.
Whiskey takes a step back.
Which is good because as Grolid entered the pool fully, it expanded again.
And I take 2 steps back.
You bump into Ryan right behind you.
Oh, God.
Well, you did mention something about whatever built this place. From what you could tell of the wall, it dealt with the mind.
Yeah,
How
Grolid,
about
you
the
remember.
soul?
Grolid, you
Yeah.
read some of the text all over scrawled on the wall.
Yeah.
Maybe
Just
that
the ease
has.
at which it slipped into my mind and forced me to do something I hadn't intended to do. Disconcerting.
Right. We'll need to watch out a bit more for that then. but as far as I'm concerned, this is still the only way forward we have.
Yeah, I guess clearing the soul is a good thing, huh?
Only
Well,
one way to find out.
Yep.
Yeah, but I don't want to get wet right now.
You're still wet from the last pool we swam through.
That is true.
My secret that no one knows about. And it's not going to be pretty. Don't hate me, Ryan. Don't hate me.
Me?
Yes,
Hate you?
because the gem that's in your head that you first got, I believe it's the one I found on an archaeological dig that I sold to a man that may be the guy who used it on you to pay off the guy I borrowed the money to go to Bard school with.
Huh?
Oh.
And that is why I pay for other bards to go to school for free. And that is why I'll never leave your side.
Well, that's not true. You might. It's not right that we have to do this.
I'm not going to let you turn evil either, so don't worry.
You may not care in a minute or two.
Well, you didn't hurt my sister, so.
I'm very pale when you say that.
But you're in this predicament because of what I found and what I sold for greed, because I needed to pay the guy back that I borrowed the money from, which I shouldn't have borrowed the money from anyway, but I couldn't get the money any other way. Nobody would give me a break. So now I'm indebted to the world to give other people a break where I can find them. Even if it leaves me broke with a penny, it doesn't matter.
The rest of you are watching this conversation, and you're noticing the two of them, even though they had intentionally stepped back away from the pool, the more they converse, the closer they're getting to stepping right into the pool. At this point, they're right on the edge.
So you got to tell me now, Ryan, because this conversation is two-way.
Fine. Jen lost her baby. Lost our baby. And all I could do was gamble and run away.
Whiskey just stands there silent, and you just hear him say, she didn't have a baby.
Exactly. And I jump in the water.
I'm going to kill him. And I jump in.
Both of them go in the water. It dyes itself this crimson, really deep, really dark, really thick all of a sudden. And the current just starts churning at this point. If you're not holding on now, you literally are starting to get pulled.
I'm going to look like Tom in the cartoon. I'm just going to go around.
That character, who's left besides me that hasn't gone yet?
Me. I guess I'll go.
You might want to get in first, though, because it'll drag you in regardless.
I guess I'll try and hold on while I'm in there. So before meeting everyone here, I divined from the heavens that the Bright Queen was gathering adventurers to help with an expedition. I traveled from the Dunrock Mountains to the Kryn Dynasty before anyone got teleported to Rosanna. I've been working on mapping celestial events with behavior, and I thought being with adventurers would be for a good use of subjects. So I've been determining correlation between heavenly bodies and adventuring party behaviors, which is fascinating, but I've become quite biased. I've grown close with all of you, and she glances around at a few members and may have even fallen in love. But I'm happy to be part of this group, but I am so sorry if this breaks our trust.
For what? For what? Oh, for what?
Image
So
of
going around.
choking
She
Ryan.
hops in.
Probably saying, "For what? For what?"
Everybody has their personal projects, Anna. I can't
People,
see why that would upset anybody.
people analyze bards all the time. I would be much interested at one point for you to tell me about me.
I would
But
be
not
happy
now.
to do that.
And on as you complete, again, the water continues to churn. At this point, you're starting to, those of you in the water, probably going to have to start talking a little bit louder to communicate over the amount of movement and current the waves are giving you. It's extremely strong right now. You're getting to the point where if you have two hands free, you're probably using both of them to hold onto the side or hold onto someone else.
Oh boy.
I use my claws to dig into the side.
I'm gonna just shape water a little platform of ice beneath me, and I'm just gonna ride it around.
And knock somebody out.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's large enough at this point. The pool is expanded again. It's large enough at this point. Yeah. But what you're noticing, though, it's strong enough that as it's drawing you into the center, it's starting to actually pull you under the water. Where if you felt like if you didn't have your water breathing spell going on right now, you may be in danger of drowning at the moment.
How much time is left?
Ryan surrenders to the currents.
Okay. It definitely pulls you under a little bit. It doesn't seem to be pulling you anywhere in particular, but if you're just allowing it, it's definitely pulling you under the water. I imagine with Ryan in his current state, you're doing that whole thing where you're just kind of holding your breath as long as possible and then only breathing when you have to.
Wishing it would just be water that came in and no air.
Right. Well, technically it is water, but unfortunately right now you can breathe it. Yeah. So you guys see that Ryan is almost like dead man floating in the middle, just underneath the surface.
I think we're going to have to bring him up because I don't know if it'll work if not everyone can hear our secrets. Isn't that kind of the point?
I don't know. Maybe only the pool needs to hear us. Or the
Possibly.
entity in the room, whatever it is. The magic.
Whatever it is, lad, you better do it quickly.
Yeah, losing my grip.
Okay, look at Nona. My lady, you are my next.
I'll go next. I'll find myself trapped again, unable to defend everyone that I care for and what's been entrusted to me. I'll have to watch them burn and die again, just like the dreams. Every single time.
Oh.
I won't be able to defend myself or them. I'll be frozen in absolute fear, not from a spell, but from the ones that hunt me.
Physically or in the dream?
Yeah, my dream.
Is this past life?
Mm-hmm.
And we will find what you need to get rid of that.
Who do you think is hunting you?
Not sure. I never saw them or any emblems. The only thing I saw was the library or whatever it was of the temple I was in. So many books and scrolls and eyes, symbols of eyes. Didn't make any sense.
Eyes.
3 of them, just eyes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Were they eyes or gems?
No, they look like eyes.
About the same color?
3 eyes, just looking. That was part of the symbol.
Nona, the
Doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know of anything offhand that has that symbol. So,
Nona,
Anna, can we dream walk?
no, I haven't done that in a while.
You're asking me if you can walk in your dream?
In her dream. If we can go into her dream.
I mean, there's probably ways out there that can do that.
That's another day, but it's a thought.
When I have that dream, I go walking, as you know.
the pool
Well-
reacts almost immediately when Nona talks about being afraid that she's not able to protect people. All of this conversation has been above the flood of water at this point because it immediately draws both you, Nona, into the water and also reacts to almost the very first statement that you've made. And at this point, everybody is kind of doing whatever they can to hold on, cling tightly. And Malden just turns and looks at Willem and, lad, if you're afraid of water, I am afraid you're on the wrong trip at this point. Best get in the pool. And even as he's saying that, Willem, you look down and you kind of edged all the way back to the outside wall. But there's pretty much only about a 3 to 4 foot ledge around the pool before you get to any of the walls. The pool is almost completely enveloped the entire room at this point.
Okay, well, Willem just kind of shrugs and says, okay, but I don't know how exciting this is going to be. And he steps into the water and grabs onto, whatever ledge or rock is convenient to hold on to. And then as you watch him, and if you can just see his face, his expression seems to change. Even the tilt of his head seems to change away from the kind of humble, warrior type to an almost arrogant cast. And as he starts to speak, his voice has a cultured accent you've never heard him use before. He says, I am far older and have lived more lives than I allow even myself to remember. 1,000 years ago, I was a spell sword of such great power and joined with a cabal of such great magical mastery that we sought to banish the gods themselves from our world, and nearly succeeded.
Oh my.
Everything, the Betrayer Wars, the Cataclysm, all the misfortune that followed, is in some part my fault. And it will be 100 lifetimes before I am able to undo all the harm that I have caused. And then he kind of shakes his head a little, and it's like he's waking up and like, what? What was that?
Oh, that's an epiphany.
Whiskey, make a history check.
Okay. 17.
what he describes sounds a lot like both the time and the intentions sounds a lot like the end of the Age of Arcanum, where humanity broadly had decided we don't need the gods anymore. They gave us magic, and magic is way better. So let's actually expel the gods, which is what led to the Great Calamity in the first place. If what he's saying is true, he's been around that long. Whether he actually remembers that or not, you have no idea, because this is definitely a side of Willem you've never seen before. But that seems to fit what he is describing, what little you know of those events.
I'm sure I don't have time to explain this because we're
Yeah,
probably going to get
you're
down.
pondering that as everyone suddenly gets sucked into the depths of the water itself. You're pulled under whether you're holding on or not at this point, and everything goes completely black. Even Ryan, for you with your magical dark vision devil sight, there's nothing. You're just tumbling, moving around in the water, constantly getting pulled under, and then you're just dropped. You fall about 15, 20 feet into a massive chamber. You land on a group of spongy plant growths. So thankfully, you don't take any damage, but you are thoroughly saturated, a little bit disoriented. And as you look up, you can see a mass of spiraling water that's somehow suspended in place, actually about 30 feet up above your head.
Oh my.
Have we thought about how we're getting out?
Well, that was a ride. Everyone all right?
A little waterlogged.
I hate salt water.
And Pix will proceed to cast prestidigitation on people to dry them off.
Grilled will stand up without a word.
I have that
and
too. I will
begin
help you.
scouting the room.
Malden just kind of laughs and says, I actually thought it was fun. Minus the whole sharing your deepest, darkest secret thing. I could have passed on that. But the ride, it was enjoyable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Willem is kind of getting up and standing watch while Roland is searching out the room.
Willem, you almost feel like the pool cheated you, and you never got a chance to share your secret.
He thinks about it a second, then decides whatever he said wasn't very exciting. He didn't really expect that to be exciting. So
Yeah.
Just wasn't worth remembering, I guess.
Yeah, even for you. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You have on one side of this big chamber is a massive door. In front of the door, there's 3 pedestals that are not built into the floor, but they're almost like carved out, as if the entire chamber maybe was a lot more solid rock at some point. So these pedestals are actually kind of merged or even growing, if you could grow stone, out of the floor itself. Leading from those 3 pedestals to the door are a set of strange runes that are kind of engraved into the floor itself. And you feel like all of you get the feeling of being watched, even though just at a quick glance, there's nothing that seems to be perceiving you.
On the ground.
So there's this weird, like, ominous presence that kind of is just residing over all of you at the moment.
Okay.
Does anybody else feel like they're being watched? Or is it just me?
No, it's me too.
Same.
Same. Garlic?
But those are interesting. And Whiskey will start walking towards the runes.
I always feel like I'm being watched.
Well, more than your normal paranoid self.
Touch your plates over there. Be careful.
Yeah, let me help you out, Whiskey.
Yeah, those of you who go closer to the pedestals, you
I can look
see
for traps too, so I am not
that there's some
unfamiliar.
inscriptions written on each of the 3 pedestals as you're coming a little bit closer.
Ryan spends a minute or so on his hands and knees trying to clear his head from spinning for so long.
Still trying to will yourself to drown?
Pretty much.
I'm actually going to go over to Ryan as he's trying to pick himself up. She's not going to say much. She's just going to help him up if he is willing.
Be present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He stands up, immediately bends back over and throws up, not on you this time.
I'll rub his back. That'll be okay.
Yeah, those of you closer to the pedestal, you just hear this retching sound behind you for a minute.
Mm. Yeah, Pix will look back.
Nona walks over to him.
Yeah.
You gonna live?
Unfortunately.
And then she thumps his back really hard. Don't say that. And then she hugs him.
Whatever water might have gotten into your lungs with that thump on the back, it definitely cleared it for you.
And the squeeze.
So, are the inscriptions legible?
You have... Yeah, make an Arcana check.
Oh, all right. $14.
Yeah, it's basic arcane runes. It's not anything too detailed.
Okay.
The one on the left has a bowl-shaped indentation at the top of the pedestal, and as you get closer, you see there's just a knife sitting inside the bowl, and the inscription on the side says "the price of body" in the arcane runes. The second pedestal in the middle has a mask sitting on top of it, and it says "the price of mind." And the third pedestal on the right side has an amulet sitting on it, and it says "the price of soul." Anybody that's trained in Arcana can probably read that, even if Pix doesn't read them out loud.
No, I would read them out loud. Well, that's not ominous at all.
You know, I hope
Price of
this isn't
body.
giving up a piece of us. Because,
Price
Captain,
of
the ring is not worth that much.
price of body will be mine.
Hmm.
It's what I do anyways.
Well, there's a knife and there's a bowl. Seems pretty self-evident.
And like I said, blood magic is my thing.
All right.
Wait, is there any more instructions than just that?
Not that you can tell.
Excuse me.
Does it have to be? The question is, if one person got through, could they get through this? Would they have to put all 3 things on? Or, that's the question is it about one person or is it about 3 people?
I think as long as the price is paid, it doesn't matter.
Which price? Just one?
Well,
Grolin will take up the knife at the price of body
Okay.
and put his hand over the bowl and cut his hand and bleed into the bowl.
Okay. You take 1 point slashing damage. And as the blood drips into the bowl and just slowly fill up the very bottom of the basin, you see the arcane runes that are on the floor connecting this pedestal to the door just slowly start to light up. The first couple of runes closest to the pedestal lights up.
Ryan straightens up, shakes his head a little bit, and marches right over to the one that they said soul and grabs the amulet. I've already sold mine, and puts the amulet on.
Okay. All of the rest of you, when you see Ryan put the amulet on, you see him just drop to his knees. Ryan, you feel like all strength has been just completely removed from your body. Your limbs have completely gone numb. You don't feel like you can move at all. And even the armor that you're wearing feels like it's too heavy and it's crushing you right now.
But, Ryan? Yeah, I'll try to sit him back up, yeah.
You all right, Ryan?
I stick my hand out and kind of wave them off. I'm fine.
Your strength score is now reduced by 4. Your score, not your modifier.
Got it.
And this pain and sensation of crushing lasts for about 30 seconds, and then eventually it kind of wears off. And the amulet everyone sees starts to glow.
Do the runes on the floor change?
No.
Does the amulet need to be replaced on its stand? The blood had to go in the bowl, right? So maybe the amulet needs to be replaced.
Somebody needs to do the mind.
I'll do it. And Willem goes and takes a shot at the mind.
Okay. So you walk up and pick up the mask?
Sure.
It's a mask, so if the amulet had to be put on, you would imagine you have to also put the mask on.
And he'll lower his hood and do that.
Okay. You all see Willem pick up the mask and put it into place over his face, and as soon as it's there, you all hear him screaming in agony. It's like Willem, you feel like the mask is digging into your skin, almost like it's trying to replace your skin with itself. In your mind, you're seeing flashes of mind flayers somewhere out in the darkness, and their tentacles are just probing you for information. Your intelligence score currently is reduced by 4.
Yikes.
How do we reduce those in the chat?
There's not really a great way to do it. If you're doing anything that relates to it, then make sure you take a penalty on those rolls. So the -B that you would normally use as a bonus, you would do -B and then do a negative modifier.
Got it.
It would be a -2.
Well, it depends on what your score is.
Well, I'm saying it would go down to, wouldn't it?
I think it depends on what your score is. It may depend on whether you're a even or an odd.
I see what you're saying. Okay, never mind.
It may be the same either way, but yeah, most likely it would probably drop by 2, whatever it is, but you may have a weird outlier.
Okay.
Willem, once this has completely drained you of whatever mental capacity it was pulling from you, it falls off of your face and just lays on the ground glowing.
And with my hand shaking, I'll try to put it back where it came from.
Okay. You put the rune, or put the mask back up on the pedestal, and all of the runes in that middle section light up from the pedestal all the way to the door.
On seeing that, Nona runs over to Ryan, pulls off the amulet, and drops it into the bowl.
Not the bowl, the right.
The third pedestal?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you grab that. It's still lit up, and you drop it onto the pedestal, and the right column of runes from the pedestal to the door light up.
So the only one that's missing is blood.
No.
The body. So
Grolin did
No,
that.
Grolin took care of that.
I feel like I have to contribute something. And Malden walks over to the bowl on the first pedestal, takes the knife from Grolin, and also cuts his hand. And as the blood drops into the bowl, you see a couple more of the runes light up on that first set.
Pix will also do
What is
that.
it saying that we all have to do this?
As Pix reaches for the knife, I will. Blood magic is mine, and I will fill the bowl.
Okay. So Grolin cuts himself again, and as more blood drops into the bowl, nothing seems to happen. So you take one more point of slashing damage, but at least currently there's no reaction further.
It has to be multiples, more than just one person. Thank you, Grolid, but thank you.
I can't make any judgments on this because my intelligence is now negative, so I'm not thinking very analytically.
Yeah, what is your score currently?
8.
Okay, so you're slightly under average. Average would be a 10, but yeah, you're not quite low enough that you can't even read and write. So that's good.
Yeah.
And out of curiosity, Ryan, what is your strength score at right now?
I'm at a 9.
Oh, so your strength was relatively high before.
It was a 13, so
Gotcha.
-4 would be 9.
Okay, so you're slightly weaker. You may actually be feeling like the items you're carrying are a bit heavier. That's the biggest thing I could think of outside of like an athletics type of thing. You may be experiencing a little bit more encumbrance than you're used to.
Got it.
But yeah, Pix will take the knife next and cut himself and contribute to the bowl.
Okay. You take 1 point of slashing damage also. And as Pix's blood drops into the bowl, you again see a couple more runes begin to light up.
How many runes are not lit?
How?
Judging by basic ratio, it seems like at quick head count, you probably need contributions from everyone.
Okay. All right.
See, if one person came, they're screwed.
That or it changes itself based on how many people go through.
Judging by the way the pool worked up top and continued to grow to fit everyone, that would be my guess. Whoever goes through the whirlpool has to be represented down here as well.
Well, I'm not going to slice my handle, but I will slightly cut my hand and let the blood drip in. I mean, how much do I need to pour in?
1 point of slashing damage. You don't feel it's enough to, like, if somebody were to draw a bit of blood for blood work, not like I'm donating a pint of blood.
I assume I have to use the dagger.
Yeah, it looks like the dagger is there for a reason, although it may just be so nobody has an excuse to say, all I've got is a hammer.
Well, this is going to sound funny, but Whiskey will take the knife, pull out his water, wash off the blade, and then cut himself.
No STDs here.
I don't want anybody else's blood in me.
Yeah, that's the real trick, is that you guys all start acting like everybody else.
Except me, because, I'm more monkish. I'm more like monk. Okay, so he'll cut his hand, take a point of slashing, and...
Yeah, and again, the runes slowly start to light up and get ever so close to the door.
Right.
Is it...
HP -1 should
That's
do it.
what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, for those watching or listening, however that may work, we're using a program called Avray that works with our D&D Beyond character sheets that we can type in some codes, some commands, and it actually does a good bit of the work for us.
which is nice.
Just remembering them.
I won't reach for the blade. I'll just hold out my hand for Whiskey to cut.
I wash off the blade again, make sure my blood's off it, and lightly cut her hand so she bleeds.
And again, the drops hit the basin. It's starting to fill up. It almost looks, Grolid, you've been standing there the entire time. The amount of blood filling the basin doesn't seem to really be indicative to the amount of blood being contributed. As you see, the basin is filling up. It looks like there's a lot more in the bowl itself than what's been donated. But you look around, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contributions. There are 3 people left, and you realize it's about 2/3 full. Link will also do the same. He doesn't really even say much, but he also drops a donation in the bucket.
If people want me to wash the blade, I will. Other than that, no.
He doesn't seem to care.
We will have to bring Willem over and Ryan.
I help Ryan up. Come on. They need us.
Did you donate, Nona? I don't remember.
Not yet. Come on. She helps Ryan up, drags him over.
And I'll help Willem.
He's almost completely non-responsive.
I want to cut his hand off, but I only give him a slice.
Like his hands are touching his face, his nose, his eyes, his ears. And that's all he can do is keep touching basically touching all over his face and head.
Yeah, with Ryan, you could tell a little bit more of what was going on with the amulet. All you know was that Willem was screaming in pain, and yeah, he's acting kind of strangely now, but you're not entirely certain what happened to him.
As Nona takes me over, I'll kind of grab him by the shoulder and kind of help him along.
Okay. I assume the 3 of you also provide your
Grolid
own
helped.
samples?
Grolid was helping get Willem too. They can do it. Yeah, I don't have to cut their hands. Unless, I am the official cutter.
Well, you could be if you wanted.
I could. I won't cut Ryan's hand off or finger. I'll just give him a slice.
So yeah, all 3 of you take 1 point of slashing damage each. Type that in.
Whiskey, when you're doing it, I actually grab your hand and make it a little longer than it needs to be, the slice.
Really? You want the strength thing? I'm a little stronger than you now.
It's
surface not allow you to do that, huh?
It's just a surface wound. He's not strong enough to have it puncture much more. It's like a 3-inch paper cut. All right, Ryan and Willem, make sure you make your adjustment. As the last of you drop a few drops of blood into the basin.
Okay. Willem doesn't cut his own hand. Someone has to do it for him.
No, I did that. I cut it.
I think Whiskey is offering to be...
Whiskey cut it.
Yeah, the butcher.
He's still touching his face, his eyes, his ears, his nose, his mouth.
There's something definitely wrong with this guy.
You all right there, lad?
Willem.
Ryan? Willem? What's going on? What happened?
He's not paying any attention.
Pix will
Does he have one of
try to
those
start
strange
tapping his fingers in front of him.
look?
Willem? Willem?
Flinches.
Willem, it's okay now. You're whatever happened, it's over.
Not necessarily.
Necessarily. That screaming was unnerving.
That part's over. And as Malden says that, you see him pointing toward the door that is now open. And what you all see in front of you is what looks to be a suspended wall of water on the other side. And there's a faint glowing light at the far side inside of another chamber itself. But the water looks like it's not moving, but it looks like it's taking up the entirety of the next chamber. It's super, super dark.
Oh boy.
Great. More water.
No offense, Captain, but I don't ever want to see water again in my life when we're done. Nuh-uh. Other than a bucket.
He kind of looks around almost astounded at that. And what, you're saying no one else is having fun but me?
Fun is a strong word.
Yes, because see, you can swim out. I don't know how to get out. I'm a land person.
How about, so that we don't get lost, we kind of do a daisy chain of ropes and attach ourselves to each other?
That might be worse. If someone gets sucked somewhere, we're all going.
It's true. Or if something swallows one of you, it's going to find the rest of you.
Yeah, and then I can't run away. No, just Link would say that. Okay. Running is good.
Those of you who have dark vision, you can see in there. It's just there's not really a whole lot of light inside this chamber. It's not pitch black like the magical darkness that you've experienced in other areas.
Does it look like we have to walk through the wall of water, or if there's
With the door that opened to this chamber that seems to be floor to whatever the ceiling is, full of water.
Yes, that means there's water on the other side. Just as you open the door, there's water there.
Yeah, it looks like the entire room has water just suspended magically inside. It's not pouring out through the doorway, even though it looks like it should.
Oh,
Ryan heads that direction. Slowly, but he heads that way.
Grohl will head to the door and get within arm's reach of the water. And we'll actually reach out and touch it just to make sure it isn't another gelatinous cube.
Okay.
That's perfect.
I didn't ask this before. Anna, are you able to do a screen share for Tailspire?
I can get that up and running.
All right. I would do it, but I'm afraid that I'm tapping my resources as it is on the computer, so I don't want to add one more thing.
All right. Willem, can you hear us?
He's not paying any attention to you at all.
I don't know what to do.
He put the mask of mind or whatever on.
Right.
Maybe it turned him into a bullywug.
I'm going to guess it weakened him like it did me, but his mind probably weakened.
Nona will carefully place her hands on Willem's arms and work him up to his hands. Close her hands around his. Willem, look at me.
And he looks at you, and he looks terrified. I mean, beyond terrified.
That she pulls his hands away and she hugs him and says, "You're safe. You're
He goes
here."
up to him, he screams, "Stay out of my head!"
Willem? Nothing's in your head.
Willem, you're back. Promise.
He
No
goes
more
back
in your
to
head.
Now that you're close, you can see it's not that he's touching his eyes and ears and nose and mouth. It's that he's trying to cover them all.
Willem, it's over. Nothing. It's just us. It's just your friends.
What did you see?
Nona, Pix, do you know what he said when he was in the pool?
Yes.
Did you hear him?
Yes.
If that is true, he is as old as the age of Arcana at the beginning. When man took magic and decided they didn't need the gods anymore. He is that old. But how many lifetimes has he lived? We have only had a couple. Can you imagine?
No, but right now I'm more concerned about this life.
There's
R-
nothing we
Willem,
can do right now until he works it out or magic disappears off him. He's no good for combat or anything.
I get that, which is why we need to snap him out of it.
How?
I would imagine with any luck, we get into a situation where we're going to need him. He might just come back to us out of necessity.
Maybe, let's hope. He's fighting an internal struggle. If there's multiple personalities in there, that's far beyond anything we can do. Maybe Anna, but other than that, I have nothing.
Same.
I feel sorry for him.
You all see Ryan walk straight into the wall of water.
He's another one. Thinks everybody hates him. I'm gonna slap my sister, but I'm not gonna slap him. Yet.
Why would you slap your sister? What did she do?
You didn't hear what he said?
I heard what he said.
That's correct.
I don't think that was her fault.
She
No.
didn't tell the family.
So, maybe she didn't want to tell her family.
Family is everything to us.
But
No,
that's her
no.
choice.
Watch out for Willem. I'm going to make sure Ryan's okay. And I'm going to run for the water and cast dancing lights around me and try to follow him. Because I'm not going to have any one of us go out alone.
But Jin went through that by herself, and she didn't have to.
How did your family approve of Ryan? That might have been the answer why she didn't share.
It's not about us approving about him, it's about her happiness. And now I understand most of it. But she lied to me, so that'll be another day for me to take up with my sister.
Whiskey. Sometimes that pain is too much to talk about at the moment. Even for some time after. It has to take time before you can talk about it.
As long as Ryan has changed his ways, but I don't know. We'll see what happens as we go along. It's very hard to give up what you're so used to being.
Yes. But I say, when you see your sister again, don't slap her. No. When you see her again, hold her tight. Just hold her tight. That's it.
Then I'll slap my mom. No, maybe
No.
Mead. I'll slap Mead.
If
I'll
you
slap
slap your
Mead. Because Mead always deserves to be slapped. Yes, he does.
If you slap your mom, I would like to see that and watch her knock your head right off your shoulders.
Probably break the fiddle over my head, but yes.
Yes.
No, I wouldn't. That's a joke. Wouldn't slap my mom. She's awesome. But Mead, I would. Yes, definitely. Stupid.
Okay. Willem, we have to go into the water. Take my hand. I'll help you. Help you keep everything away. And she's reaching for his hand again.
Yeah, you literally have to haul him up by the arm.
I'll follow those two.
Pull.
I'll go after Anna because we have to dedicate something else of us to.
All right, so right now I've got Ryan and Pix up front.
Mm-hmm.
I think the stream is up for anybody who wants to see what's going on there.
It's on Twitch, right? Twitter, I don't have it.
It's not working.
On Anna. Go mouse over Anna and click watch stream.
I always thought you meant the other thing.
I see something, but it looks pretty dim.
It is pretty dark.
Tell it's underwater, but
that's kind of the point.
Yeah, let me try to brighten it up a little bit, but yeah, I don't want it to be too bright. We may have to work with it though.
Where's Jack Sparrow when you need him?
I'll try that.
Yeah, you can see a little
Um,
better there.
I've also got my dancing lights around me.
Yeah,
I
I've
like
got
the
it.
dark one.
You currently have your torch lit. See,
Okay, I couldn't tell
the
actually.
people who had it's just a little bit brighter. So I've got Ryan and Pix in the front here, and Pix. We now have a little Ravenfolk rogue
Oh, nice.
mini. Anna, if you'd like this rather than your other druid, this is an elf mage that may work
Perfect.
better than.
I like it.
All right, and were you the next one going in?
I was following Willem and Nona.
Okay,
Did
so
you
Willem and
replace
Nona
me
are the
with
next
a
ones in.
Yeah, I think so.
Did you replace me with a tabaxi?
Yep,
Well, we were back
Awesome.
by
cat
the
folk
pedestal,
right there.
so
Grolid actually
Who was the next one
getting
going in?
a bit concerned is going to head in and will push his way to the front, not allowing others to stop him if he can help that when the time comes.
Okay. Ryan, you're the one who's been in here longer than anybody else. Will you let Grolid squeeze past you, or have you just been wandering straight through the whole time?
I've just kind of been, I was going to say walking, but I guess kind of swimming slowly forward.
Okay. Yeah, that's the one thing. As everybody steps in, you do have to kind of swim, tread water a little bit on your way through.
Mhm.
It is. You can see this angle. Well, let me give you the angle that I've got here. You can see from this angle, it is just a massive room as you're walking in.
I'm not necessarily trying to be first, but I was just tired of all the talk and just wanted to
Sure.
just get going.
What you see as you move in, let me know if you're doing anything other than just walking in, those of you who are going into the room. Also, Grolid, I swapped you out with an orc mercenary. Thought that may work for you.
I like it better.
Cool. And then, yeah, Whiskey, you got a catfolk back here.
The white one?
Oh, there's no white. It's a black cat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Looked white.
All right. Yeah, so let me know if you're doing anything other than just kind of walking into the room. And remind me if you have any type of light currently active as you
the
come in.
ribbon. Always have the burning ribbon.
Yep, I think I've got that on. Yep,
Yeah.
torch is on for
And
you.
keeping a hand on Willem.
My sword
Oh,
is actually
people.
sheathed on my back, so it's not lighting anything up at the moment.
Okay, I'll turn that off then. There you go. And everybody, as they step through, basically this line right here has to start swimming. You're able to breathe because of your water breathing.
Right.
But you almost notice in this chamber, it's almost like you don't really need to breathe. If you feel like even if you didn't have this spell active, you probably would be okay in this water. You're not really sure what the deal is with it. It's kind of weird.
Huh. Yeah.
Malden brings up the rear mostly because you guys have already kind of crowded through a little bit, and he looks at Link and says, "All right, lad, I know it's not your favorite thing, but looks like they all beat you to the punch. Why don't you keep an eye out from our rear to make sure we're not actually getting attacked?" And that will keep Link away from whatever it is that's going on so we don't have to manage an extra character. All right.
Right.
So you guys are moving through. What little you see is that there's the faintest, slightest bit of light, just kind of light runes that are kind of lighting up, almost like a little pathway directly forward. Outside of that, the room is completely dark outside of what you can see with your dark, field of dark vision. And Ryan, even with your 120-foot dark vision, the room is longer than what you can see.
Got it.
Grolid will start moving forward. The runes on the floor. Do I recognize them?
They're just lights. They're just like just magically enchanted to give off a faint source of light.
Mhm.
Go ahead and I'm keeping an eye out for traps. I'm not sure exactly what kind of traps I'd find underwater, but I'm still looking because paranoia.
Sure. Let me get everybody else floating here. You can make an investigation check. Anybody else is doing anything, let me know.
I'm just keeping an eye out around the room. Nothing. I'm gonna
Yeah.
follow
Yeah,
Pick's lead if we're
same.
supposed to be sneaking around, but if not, I'm just kind of looking around.
Okay. Make a
So, yeah,
perception check, Anna, and if somebody else wants to either assist or make their own check, then they
Um,
can.
I'll assist Anna,
Okay,
mostly
so
because I'm
Anna,
doing
roll
this.
with advantage then.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 9 on my investigation. Grola doesn't spend much time underwater, so what
Fair.
exactly the
Right.
kind of traps he's looking for, he's not sure what he's looking for.
You're not seeing any type of traps that seem to make sense to you underwater, but you're not entirely certain whether there are actually no traps or not. Anna,
I
as
rolled a
everybody starts,
25. Yeah.
as everybody starts moving forward, you see some shadows moving in the distance, and your keen, what do your elven eyes see? Your keen eyesight is able to hone in on them. You are fairly certain that there are a handful of large fish-like, possibly sharks, swimming around in the distance.
Guys, I think we have company. I'll point in those areas.
And she's basically pointing everywhere except the door you just came through.
Okay. We can't hear her though, right? Since we're underwater.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. Along with the fact that you don't necessarily feel like you have to breathe in this room, you're able to communicate just fine.
Oh.
You have like the
Interesting.
physical travel affectations of water, which are definitely hampering your movement unless you have a swim speed. You're
Mhm.
technically, this is, you're moving at half speed through all of this.
Okay.
But your communication capability seems to be fine.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Grollet, are you continuing to move forward? Especially after you hear Anna say that?
I am, although I pull out a javelin, since, my greatsword's not going to be much use here.
Okay.
All right.
I keep up with them as best I can just because I know I probably have the furthest vision.
All right.
Yeah. Let's try to stick together. We don't want to give them whatever that is an opportunity. Can you tell what they are, Anna?
Possibly sharks or fish like something or other.
Okay. So
We got Grollet leading the
AFK 1
charge here.
second. AFK 1 sec.
All right. So we have not Grollet leading the charge.
Grolla's leading the charge. Grolla just needs a glass of ice.
I assume Pix is not far behind.
correct.
And also Anna? Or is Ryan, you staying up closer to the front than you normally would?
Yes. Yeah, just since I have the longer distance of vision, I figure I should be up front.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the, let's see, how long does it last? Double check. 1 minute. All right, I'll hold off on it then. Pix is ready to cast his Shadow Blade, but he's not doing it yet. Not until one of those things gets closer.
Okay. You all keep on moving forward. It seems like the little runes on the ground are largely just lighting about a 15-foot wide pathway straight forward. The room is definitely much wider. Ryan, you probably with your dark vision can see that there are walls. You can't actually see any type of ceiling. And at least currently as you're pressing forward, you still can't necessarily see the other side. Though all of you can still see some hint of light. So you are assuming that is the other side.
Yes.
As
Although-
we travel through, Nona will pull out the scimitar, but not letting go of Willem.
Okay.
Let's just see if we can make it to whatever that light is without provoking anything.
You get Groll at about 120, maybe 150 feet into the room. And there's a shadow that comes streaking towards you. And let me see if it actually hits you.
Excuse me.
I'll roll it this way first. Oh, well, it's a natural 20 for a 29. So, yes, I will assume that it hits you.
Ouch.
No, my work class is 45.
Yeah, exactly. And
Underwater bonus.
Mine's 30, thank God.
Anna, this was definitely one of the larger creatures. As you will all see here in a second.
I'll say like fishing. We got a big one here.
Because I got to double the damage dice rolled. So you guys are going to wet yourselves.
Oh.
The 3d10 plus 6 became a 6d10 plus 6. So Grolid, there's a massive chunk. As this, everybody who hasn't seen it yet definitely sees a very large shark come swimming past and take a huge bite at Grolid. 39 points of damage. And I guess now is as good a time as any to jump into initiative.
Oh boy.
Now is as good a time as any to be glad System Shock is not still a thing.
Right, exactly.
Oh, come on.
Yes, I rolled a 1. No,
No, I rolled the
that
1.
was you. Sorry. I have a 12.
Water is not my friend.
In case you forgot, it is I joined, but looks like most of you are doing okay on that one.
Oh yeah, go Nona.
Oh, 23.
Me and Willem in the back here.
I mean, Willem, it makes perfect
That makes sense for Willem, yeah.
It does.
What's your excuse, Big?
I don't like water, and
Picks his
that
big picks.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Also, that shark, if it had hit me, would have killed me.
Yes, it would have.
It would have eaten me outright.
All right, those of you in the back, i.e. anybody other than Grolid, who now is bleeding profusely into said water full of sharks, you see this massive shadow come streaking forward, and it gets close enough that you definitely can tell this is a giant shark. Just took a bite out of him and then swims off into the distance. And they're all starting to kind of, at this point, coalesce into being as you're realizing, oh, yeah, there is a lot of them here. So,
There was also quite a loud, as all said, blood started clouding the water.
Yeah. Frenzy.
Let's see.
It's a lot of blood.
All right. So, unfortunately, we do not have actual sharks. So, the larger of the sharks are actually represented by 2 giant toads at the moment. And the oversized centipedes are the smaller of the sharks.
Noted.
All right, Nona, you are up right now. They currently are not in a place. You would have to probably take at least a bonus action. That's how we'll run this. If there's none of them in your current field of vision and you are not named Ryan, Because I think everybody else's dark vision is what, 60 feet?
Yes.
If you have dark vision, everybody else is 60 feet. So I'll let you know if there's
Yeah.
any within 60 feet of you. You should be able to see. Currently, none of them will show up for you in like your normal field of vision. So I will let you use a bonus action if none of them immediately are showing up for you to see if you can actually spot any of them. So that's what you're experiencing right now, Nona.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no dark vision, so I can't even see them.
Oh yeah, you're only seeing your light. You have light from Pix, and I believe that may be the only light sources you have currently available.
She has her continual flame.
Yeah,
Right,
my
so
continual
her light,
flame, and
yes.
that's it.
Her light, and Pix has dancing lights that I assume have just been lining the path as you're moving forward. You haven't specified going outward anywhere, right?
No.
Okay. So yeah, you have a little bit of light kind of moving forward a little bit as well.
I will hold my attack action with my scimitar until one of them comes within range of me.
Okay.
Fairly close.
You gonna take a bonus action? I assume.
Sure. Why not?
I assume your bonus action is what all good barbarians do.
The rage? Yes.
Okay. Remember to do, if you do the rage alias, just do rage space bear, and it should apply your extra bonuses. It's at least supposed to be set up that way. Are you moving at all?
No. Let's see where I am.
Oh,
yes,
you'll have
it
to actually.
worked. Perfect.
We'll have to do that later on. Set your level so that it's actually set up for the totem of the bear.
Actually, okay. I think it is already doing that. It's just that it's telling you that to delete it, you have to do that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. Are you moving at all?
No.
Okay, staying put and holding for the nearest thing that comes close.
Got it. Shouting, where? Actually, ready to go.
Move to you. There we go. Malden. Are you okay up there, lad? That looked mighty large.
It was.
Do you think we may need... Well, never mind. I'll just bring her around. And he whistles, which again, coming through the water is like a strange thing. But coming through the doorway is this small size blue drake. And you've seen her a couple times before. This would be Bitsy that you've seen swimming around near the water. He's apparently summoned his drake companion. That would be his action. He's going to bonus action, take a look around, and see if he can actually spot anything. Okay. He takes a peek around from where he is and says, I think there's one over here in the corner, and points off to the right side, the right corner nearest where you guys came in. That seems to be the closest one that I can find. And that would be his turn.
Good to know.
Grolid. Let me see. Based on where you are, the one that attacked you is definitely within your eyesight. Right over here, off to your left. You're not sure, especially since you have to swim to get there, you're not really sure whether you're going to be able to get there in one particular move, but that's definitely the closest one to you.
How far away is it?
Let's see. About 60 feet.
Yeah.
In a straight line.
And athletics check wouldn't allow me to move full movement in water, would it?
No, you're basically moving half speed. So if you got a speed of 30, you're only moving 15.
That's what I thought.
you've got your bonus action charge thing as an orc that would get you closer, but you're still not going to necessarily get a whole 60 feet in this water.
Anyone within 10 feet of me gets an extra 10 feet to move. Start near me. Remember that.
Yep. So currently, that would be not the front three, but anybody else I think is within 10 feet of Willem.
Hey, Anthony, could you put Roland? Could you activate his character and maybe delete the other
Sorry.
Grolid?
The other Grolid shouldn't be on the map, but give me a second and I'll...
It's available to click on. Perfect. But the first two on the list are clickable.
I don't have a list, so I'm not sure what specifically you're looking
Oh,
at.
gotcha. It's just Grolid and Anna, the old characters, models in the previous room, I think. But
Oh, gotcha.
I could just not click them, but I know that now, so we're good.
Yeah, that may be a player thing where you have a list of characters you can select, where I don't actually see that on the GM mode, so I'm not entirely certain what you're referring to. I'll take them off later. All right, Grolid.
I will begin moving towards the one that bit me. I will use just my normal move, 15 feet.
Okay. 5,
And
10,
I am going to,
15.
if I can use a bonus action to do so, I'd like to drink a potion.
Yeah, we allow, as long as it's not something you have to dig through a bag to get to. But I assume most potions you've got ready access. So yeah, that's what we've been allowing for potions.
I was more worried about the idea that I'm going to have to figure out the logistics of drinking a potion underwater.
No, you're fine.
Okay. In which case, I will drink a healing potion. And
you basically bring it right up to your mouth, pop the cork, and then immediately shove it down your gullet.
And if I get a little salt water, a little bit won't kill me.
Or shards of glass or whatever. You know, you're an orc. You just throw the entire potion in and chomp down.
Nom nom nom. But and then I will hold my action to attack any shark that comes within range of me. But I'm kind of hoping the one that bit me is the one that comes.
Okay. Roll your potion, so you know how much you're actually healing. It should just be the command potion space healing, if it's a basic one.
That's
You
one
just gotta
extra
spell potion
I.
properly. Other than that, it's great.
Aw.
Oof. Well, it's one max, one minimum, so still balances
Middle
out.
of the road.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. That's you're holding your action, you said?
Correct.
All right. The smaller sharks are beginning to swarm. So we'll go with this guy. $20, $25, $30, $35, $40 for its move. Picks, you definitely see that one is swimming in your general direction. And yeah, he doesn't have anything else that he's specifically doing, so he's going to take his action to continue moving. 5, 10, 15, 20.
If anything, the centipede is more intimidating.
Yeah. You also are getting a feel for the size as he comes. This is the smaller of the two sharks.
Oh my.
Megalodon.
Let's hope not.
Jaws.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, and 5, 10 will get him there. Nona, you have one that swims, the one that Malden pointed out, swims right up to you, and he's about to, well, he won't be able to take a chomp at you, but that would trigger your reaction if you would like to take your attack that you've been holding.
I would. What is his?
This one would be,
title?
I think I named them. Just gotta remember the name. Oop, I hid him. That's not what I remember. Yeah, surprise, they also have invisibility.
Yeah, they can camouflage.
This is number 4.
The ultimate
And
predator.
what
So HU4.
will be different in her command? What would be different in her commands for attacking with a slashing weapon underwater?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because combat underwater is its own beast. I believe melee weapons and, I believe melee weapons specifically, you attack with disadvantage.
Okay.
Does that include piercing weapons?
I'm pulling up the specific
I
rules.
would think not on piercing, because that'd be like a spear gun.
There are very specific. I'm remembering this as I'm trying to find specifically. There are specific weapons like a spear, possibly a rapier, maybe a dagger. So certain piercing weapons that it doesn't have disadvantage on. But yeah, this would be slashing. So yeah, you're attacking with disadvantage. So HU4. And let's see. Oh, and you also remember you got to do the attack of opportunity, basically, because you're attacking out of order.
Okay,
So
yeah,
the
that's true.
I space AOO, your name, Nona, and then do your attack like you normally would.
It's kind of like diagramming a sentence back in high school.
Right. Melee attacks, if you don't have a swimming speed, then you have disadvantage unless the weapon is a dagger, a javelin, a short sword, a spear, or a trident. If it's a ranged weapon will automatically miss if you're firing beyond the normal range, so the first range increment. And then even if you're targeting within the normal range, if you're attacking at range, it's disadvantage unless the weapon is a crossbow, a net, or a thrown weapon, like your javelin Grolid. Anything, including yourselves, that are in water have fire resistance automatically. And a lot of fire-based spells just straight up don't go off in general.
Makes sense.
What about radiant spells?
Radiant should be fine. That's kind of like
it's-
holy light damage as opposed to fire damage.
Is it explanation AO Nona? Then
You're an initiative.
okay.
I space AOO space Nona, and the rest is fine.
Quick question just to remind me. I retrieved my javelin from or I went to retrieve my javelin from the gelatinous cube. Was it retrievable or was it destroyed?
It hadn't sat there for more than a round, I don't think, so I think you're probably fine.
Okay, cool.
There we go.
Okay. And I don't get my second attack, do I?
You have your entire attack action that you held, so yeah, you're fine. You can attack a second time. Those of you who are close enough to see what's going on, Nona sees the shark swimming toward her, takes one attack, hits, takes a second attack. Both of them slash and do a decent amount of damage, especially the second one.
Nice.
You see it's wounded. Definitely not about to drop by any means, though. All right. Back to the rest of the hunter sharks. Everybody who may be watching the stream or the video, every time I go change the camera angle, they get bubbles floating up from going underwater. 5, 10,
I'm just staying underwater, kind of rotating it around.
30. I'm trying to, but I'm also trying to get decent like camera angles.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'm going up, and then when I go back under, then I get it. And I've turned down the volume on the app or on the program itself, and the bubbles seem to be not related to any of the volume settings. Grola, do you see one that is very close? You have the javelin. It's close enough that you could throw the javelin at it if you would like, but it is not currently at melee.
Is
Right
it the
here.
same one that bit me?
No, it's one of the smaller ones.
And I will wait. I am still holding hope. Or do I lose my action by not doing it, or can I hold for one of the larger ones? still?
Technically, you were holding until one came within range. So that one's a little bit iffy. I would say you probably need to do it because you don't know. It may be use it or lose it. You don't know what's going to happen. Technically, this did trigger.
Okay, we'll go ahead then.
Oh, hey, I found the other hidden one. There he is.
What is his?
That's a good question. That one is. Which there's a way to see the names without me coming. This one is HU3.
Does that have to be capitalized or not capitalized?
No.
And I guess I'm only getting the one attack, so let me get rid of all that extra.
Yeah, on the javelin, I think. No, you should be
Oh
able to
wait,
throw,
I have to
throw
do.
twice. Oh yeah, you need to do the same thing as Nona, the
Yeah.
attack of opportunity. The last hunter shark does actually swim right up to you while you're chucking at the one that swims closer, and he's going to actually take a bite at you since you're the only one in range. And as all good sharks find out, or as all good sharks have the capacity for, they are frenzied. Specifically, against you, Grolid. Everyone else has yet to discover whether that's the case for them.
Mhm.
It is telling me 8 combatant not found. So
Drop it in quotes
What
so I can
or-
see what the command is you're trying to do. Because you're misspelling your own name. You're the combatant that's not found.
type today. I'm on my laptop screen instead of my TV screen.
Oh yeah, so it looks a little different.
It's a lot smaller.
Yeah.
15 inches versus 50.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, and might help if I got rid of the or the.
Get rid of your name.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, so you strike it. You have another javelin, right? You have your whole
I
action.
think I carry.
What did we say? 3, 4?
He took more than that off those.
I think I carry 3.
Yeah, so you've
those
got a second
little-
one if you want it.
mechanical ones.
Now what the heck? I'll throw a second one and then I'll just stab with the last one.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a little better. So 23 to hit for 9 points of piercing and a 12 to hit for 11 points of piercing. And yeah, so since it was a thrown javelin, you don't have to worry about any sort of disadvantage. The one that comes swimming in from the side as you're attacking takes a bite out of you, but misses. So he takes a hefty chomp. And yeah, 16, what's your armor class? 17?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just barely, almost as if he was about to chomp at your elbow, and then as you heaved the second javelin, your body just shifted enough that you accidentally caused him to miss. All right. Whiskey. What you see in your immediate vicinity, 10 feet away from you, is one of the smaller sharks. So not immediate melee, but it could be pretty easily if you wanted it to be.
So I can't see the other ones out in front?
I would say you can see the one that's moved up to Pix, but with your 60 feet of dark vision, here we'll find out.
I can't see them.
No, the other ones are too far out.
But there is one right.
You've got one right
next
here.
to Nona. Yes.
Yeah, right beside you almost. The next closest one is about 40 feet away from you on Pix. Coming up after Whiskey, just so everybody can be thinking about this, we have Ryan and then Anna.
Okay.
Are spells impacted by underwater, other than just fire resistance?
Typically, they would be because you wouldn't be able to cast without breathing. But outside of that, it's just fire.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I will double check, but that's all I was seeing at a quick glance.
Okay, cool.
What you doing, Whiskey?
I'm casting a spell. Oops, that can't be a capital. And I believe I do exclamation point cast, correct? Type the word out?
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this dissonant whispers works on the shark.
All right,
It's
so
on Nona.
that one on Nona should be 4, right, Nona?
Yeah, HU4.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, that might work.
Nice.
And it must run away.
All right, yeah, failed. It's saved by a couple points there. So yeah, 11 points of magical damage, and failed its save. So it has to use its reaction to move, run away. That also, Nona, would provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yes.
As it's not being pushed
That
away, it
stab
has
it
to
again.
run.
Yes, Nona, it does.
And then it's going to stab it.
All right.
I'm using her advantages.
Yep. No, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, HU4. As it turns tail, Nona takes a nice slice out of the back fin area. We'll see if she hits. Whiskey, any bonus action or move?
Yes. Oh no, I can't see. He's Grolin's way ahead of me. I can't see him, right?
Let's see. He's a little more than 60 feet, about 65 feet from you.
No, he's 5 feet different. I don't want to move either.
If
I move up, does that 5 feet if I get right behind Nona?
Right behind Nona's 5 feet, yeah.
Does that put me 60 feet from him?
Yeah, you can be 60 feet from Grolid then.
Okay. Healing word.
Question, is it with a disadvantage again?
Yes, disadvantage. Whiskey, you already cast a Dissonant Whispers. Is that a cantrip or is that a first? No, it's a first.
Dissonant Whispers is a first level spell, but healing word is a what do you
it's
call
still
it?
a first level
Bonus
spell.
action.
So if you're casting multiple spells, one has to be like one of them obviously has to be a bonus action, but it also has to be a cantrip. Something has to be a cantrip. You can't do 2 different full action spells
Okay, forget it then.
or 2 spell slot spells, unless you've been hasted or something like that. You can use your bardic inspiration.
I can if he's within range.
I think inspiration is at least 60, if not.
No, it's
Further than
30,
that.
I believe.
You can also use it for someone for healing, right? That's one of the new Tasha rules.
Yeah, somebody who uses it can also, add it to their healing,
Mm-hmm.
but you can't use it to necessarily heal.
Right.
All right, Nona, you take a swing at it, and now there's more.
Oh,
blood
it is
in the
60
water.
feet, so give
Yeah.
me one quick thing.
The shark that just swam away seems to be pretty bad off now between your multiple strikes and whatever whiskey did to its head. It seems like it's not long for this world. You're just going to have to go track it down at this point.
Grolid is within range. I throw an inspiration on Grolid.
There
He
you
can
go.
do whatever he
Grolid.
wants with it.
D8 that can be now used for ability check, attack roll, save, damage,
Healing.
or healing. All right.
I am done.
You move 5 feet. You could technically step back if you wanted to, or move in any other direction. You still have another 25 feet of move.
Yeah, and I know that little thing's coming back. It's going to come after me anyway.
It might after you make him afeared.
A third.
I could step out of the room.
I don't know if you have quite. Actually, technically, you did use 10 feet because it's double move right now. But yeah, you could make your way toward the back of the room, but you definitely wouldn't be able to get out.
No, I'll stay.
All right, stay in
Move me over to behind
Willem.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just one. That's it. That way it'll give us multiple attacks on it.
Make the thing
Make
move
the
a
thing
little
come in and give us all attacks on
Sure.
it. Yes.
All right, Ryan, you're up. You've got one that's right on top of Pix to your left. You have 2 that are swarming Grolid, and you have enough line of sight from where you are. You basically can see a good lay of the rest of the room. There's a giant one off to your right side in the distance, and then the one that bit Grolid is much closer, but also a little further away off to your left. There are a few other weird things just kind of floating, unmoving in the water, but these are the things that are definitely moving.
Don't we have a trident that we could be using down here for something? And after I say that, I cast Eldritch Blast at 3 of them. The one next to Pix and the 2 next to Grolid.
Okay, so you're going to do 1 Eldritch Blast at each of them?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll all 3 of them. You got them already. Cool. All right, so the one at Pix, you hit. I rolled 14, 10 points of damage. The second one, right on top of Grolid, I think is the HU2, misses. And then the third one that's coming quickly toward Grolid, you hit for max damage, 14 points. Those of you, actually everybody can see this light blue streak of magic come flying in 3 different directions from Ryan. 2 of them hitting squarely and doing a decent amount of damage.
They also get pushed back 10 feet, and the one next to Pix will be slowed.
Okay.
Well, slowed by 10 feet movement.
Oh, yeah, movement speed reduced by 10. Got it.
Mm.
That one does not provoke attacks opportunity because it's been pushed. Not forced to move, so. But they're at least not on top of you. All right, bonus action or move?
I will move backwards to next to. I can't see. kind of behind Pix, about 10 feet back
10
from
feet
where I
behind
am.
Pix. So that's 10, 20 feet here.
Move me to the right 5 feet. There you go.
Okay. So just 10 feet back straight from where you were, basically.
Yeah.
Give or take. Okay, cool. All right. No bonus action?
No,
All right. Anna. And after Anna is Pix and then Willem.
All right. I can see Grolid from where I'm at, correct?
What's your dark vision?
60 feet.
Oh, Pix is close enough with his dancing lights. Yeah, you should be able to see just fine anyway.
Okay. Seeing how he got pretty beat up.
He's
I'm
about
going,
45 feet from you right now.
bonus action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on him.
All right.
With a measly 7.
Hey, he's over half his hit points again.
And
I throw my die 8 on that.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, you can actually do your HP command, and then instead of doing a set number, you just do 1d8, and it'll roll and apply it.
And then I'm going to swim a little more away from the group, but close to the fighters here.
Another 7?
There you go. Moving closer to the fighters, is that what you said?
No, just kind of in
off
line
to the
with
side.
it, just to the left there, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then I'm going to cast Thorn Whip for my action on... Am I within 30 feet of this shark that was originally on Pix?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 25.
That's HU1?
Yes. Thorn Whip is cantrip, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Are you going to try to pull it in?
I am trying to pull it.
How do I get inspiration off my character now that I've used it?
Try the RE command. I space RE to remove. You might have to do, I think it's I, RE, your name, and then the particular effect that you're trying to remove. If not, we'll just remember that's gone. All right, and
Or
you're
I'll just
pulling
give him
him 10
inspiration
feet closer?
and he can have it again.
10 feet closer, and then I'm going to move my... I think I have 5 more feet to go back. I'm going to just back up.
All right, I'll let you do that. Since it's Yo person. All right, this one seems to be have maybe, yeah, second time it's gotten hit, so it's still on its proverbial feet, but starting to look a little hurt. Pix, you saw the shark that was right on top of you, about to chomp you. As it was starting to close its mouth down, Ryan blasted it backwards, and then before you even got a chance to whip your daggers out and charge in and stab it, now there's something that yanks its chain and pulls it further back away from you.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Looks like it's you can move 10, so use 20 feet of your move to get within melee range of it.
So yeah, I'll get within melee of it and cast Shadow Blade at it, which is technically a dagger.
You'll cast Shadow Blade on yourself and then stab it with said Shadow Blade.
Yeah, but that's how it is in the
Yeah.
programs. I have to designate a target for it.
Sure.
Which hunter shark is that?
This would be 1.
1? All right.
Willem is up next, and then the giant sharks, which rolled a natural 1 as per usual for my creatures. Pix busts through his second, third level spell slot.
Yep. There's a lot of nasty things in the water.
Takes a decent chunk out of this thing. He is definitely bleeding out a good bit, but Still churning.
Just conjure the Shadow Blade and take a good old swipe at him.
All right. Any bonus action? Or are you going to move?
The bonus action was casting the blade. So I will try to aim. How much movement do I use? 20 feet?
You use 20 feet, yep. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you have to cast it, and then you're attacking as your action.
Yeah, so yeah, that's it. That's all.
Yeah, you can move 5 feet away for your last 10, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
And, provoke an attack of opportunity, because that's always fun.
No,
Willem,
no.
you saw one that was pretty close, and then it got scared of something and turned tail and ran off to your right. The closest one now is the one that Anna pulled a little bit closer and is now right beside Pix, off to your left.
Okay. Well, Willem it literally takes the combat and the blood filling the water for him to snap out of whatever's got a hold of him. And he draws his short sword.
The short sword, not the great sword?
Not the great sword. He draws a short sword. He knows how to fight he knows how not to fight underwater.
Got it.
So he draws a short sword. And will move to the one in front of Pix.
All right.
Maybe.
So 10.
That's really the only one
20.
he's noticing right now.
Yeah. Take your full move, but you can get right up there beside it. Well,
yep.
Not literally on top of it, but yeah, that'll work.
And attack.
So that's HU1.
Short sword, one word or two as far as Avery's concerned, do we know?
You probably could just type short and it will know.
Yeah, it should.
Good thing he didn't take the amulet.
And what did you say that was, HU4?
One.
HU1.
One. Basically, if from the doorway, it's left to right, 1 through 4. Yeah, that would have been problematic for one of your heavy hitters.
Smite.
Taking the -4 strength amulet. Pumping a
Yeah.
smite in it. You can see
Remember
there's
to
not
target
much
it.
to it.
Oh, crap. I forgot.
I got it.
Nice.
And a puff of first radiant light and then just blood.
Shark
Kinda,
blood.
Yeah. Chum.
Yeah.
Nothing helps you to focus like killing something.
Glad to have you back, Willem.
Are things killing you? All right. Bonus action, or I guess you have... No, you've used your full move. So bonus action, if anything.
Nope.
All right. Then we get to the biggins. And Grolid, since everybody has literally abandoned you, the giant shark that took a chomp at you once is going to swim in your general direction again. Swim speed is 50 instead of 40. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So yeah, he's got plenty of... About 35 is all he needs to get right up to you. And tries to take another bite. This guy, you know for certain, is the one who took a nice hefty chomp out of you once already. And I believe he also gets the blood frenzy. Yep.
Ow.
So, yeah,
Yep.
hefty chomp for 24 to hit, 23 points of piercing damage, and all of that healing has been reduced back down to kind of where you were sitting before.
It's a good thing he got that healing then.
Yep, for sure. Or he would have dropped. The last guy,
There's
see.
still another giant shark.
Yep, there's still time. You guys know me. 5,
Yep.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. We'll go over there, 50, but he can't quite get fully in range. So he's going to use his action to just come up and flank, but not necessarily able to do anything at the moment. Those of you close enough, since I think Pix, your dancing lights may be just far enough ahead to make that out. Grollet is now surrounded by 4 different sharks, 2 of which are much larger than the ones that you just have been hacking away at. Nona, the one that you've been playing with decided to run away. Are you going to pursue, or are you going to go elsewhere?
Well, it ran away. Can I see the other ones that are surrounding it, or is that just too far?
You can definitely tell. You can't make out much in the distance, but you can definitely tell that Grollet is being swarmed. For sure.
I'm going to rush up and stab the one that's right, that just moved up behind him.
All right, what's your movement speed?
Normally I land at 60.
60?
Yeah, no. 40.
I was going to say.
Sorry.
I know it's more as a barbarian, but I don't think it's double. All right,
Yeah,
so you technically
40.
only have 20 feet of move here. We'll see how far you can get. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, sorry. 20. That's all you're going to get on your actual move. If you want to use your action to dash, then you can get closer.
Yes, let's do that. I'll flank it.
10, 15. Yeah, that'll get you there. 20. And yeah, you are flanking, but you currently have just your bonus action left. And this guy is big. The giant sharks, for anybody keeping track at home, especially since you're not looking at them on a grid right now, they actually classify as huge.
Oh, fun.
It is Jaws, Bruce.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. I don't have anything else I can do. I'm still raging, so.
Megalodon.
There are larger sharks, I think, than this. These are one of the biggest ones.
Nice.
But
unfortunately, doesn't that mean known as Rage-Ins?
She dealt damage after her turn. If it comes back around to her turn and she hasn't dealt or taken any, then she'll lose it.
Okay, wasn't sure.
She did the reaction, the attack of opportunity after she went. And she attacked on her turn. Yeah, so the attack of opportunity, I think, is the big thing.
Okay, wanted to be sure.
Malden, I never dropped in his little buddy. So let's find us a little creature for that. Not building. Not unique. Let me find the right thing. We'll do this and then shrink it down because not really that large. Although that
just scared me.
Hey, Whiskey, there's a dragon right on top of you.
Yeah, I just saw it. Now that's Megalodon.
All right. So it's going to double check. I think it can use its own. Oh, take a bonus action on your turn to command it. So Malden will do that first. This thing has a swim speed, so it's not necessarily slowed down at all. And a speed of 40, so he's going to send it off, hopefully to finish this thing. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, which is just enough to get there. I haven't added this into the combat thing, so we're just going to be doing some flat rolls. Spite is a +3 plus proficiency bonus, so +6. And the Hunter Shark, I believe, has an AC of 14. So that definitely will hit.
Actually, I think it has a 12.
It may be a 12. A 14 hit, I guess, is what I was
Yeah,
saying.
because I think
Yeah,
one
it's
of
just
some of
it's just natural
yeah.
armor, and it's not much. They're not heavily armored creatures.
Right.
All right. So 1d6 plus another +3, and I believe he maybe gets more than that at this slightly higher level. Yeah, an additional 1d6 draconic essence damage. So I think that's 2d6 plus 3. So this creature, which is, what did we say, HU4?
Yes.
Nice.
Those of you close enough, especially you, Whiskey, you see Bitsy go swimming through the water, just like legs pinned back, almost like it's using its tail as like a steering
torpedo
device. Yeah, torpedoes itself. And as it gets close enough, its mouth opens up, and as the jaws clamp around it, you see it's actually electrocuting the shark while it's biting down on it. And this thing just gets charred to a crisp and is gone. Malden, how are we looking up front?
Bad.
Ow.
So pretty good then. He's going to just move up closer. 5. Oh, he has a swim speed also.
Yeah.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I think as a ranger, he's got a 35. Nope, I didn't give him that one. So 30 feet. Not quite in range of anything there. I forget if I gave him any sort of...
Doesn't the anchor thing have a range?
It's 10.
Oh.
So it's still about 5 feet too far away.
Gotcha.
And... oh, he does have a javelin. A single javelin.
All right.
So we're going to give it a go.
Poke that giant shark.
That
in
one
the butt.
is GI 2. If I type everything properly. All right. He comes swimming forward. He's comfortable enough that it almost looks like he's kind of running through the water, half swimming, half running. Pulls out a javelin as he's running further and chucks it and pierces the side of this giant shark. It's the first damage anybody's done to either of these guys. All right. Now we're back up to Grolid before the hunter sharks get a turn again. Grolid, you got plenty of targets now.
As I recall, there is a giant shark around here that I might be flanking.
The one that did not attack you yet, but yes, the one that's behind you, technically you have flanking now that Nona's there. The one that has taken 2 jumps out of you so far is right in front of you.
Yeah. Much as my anger makes me wish to attack the one that's been eating me, tactically, it would be smarter to attack the one I'm flanking. So what is this designation?
GI 2. As you turn around, you see that there's a javelin embedding itself out of the... oh, we'll lower you down a little bit. Maybe. Or not.
Ugh.
Well, critted on the first one. So 10 points piercing, 10 points piercing, 20 points total. This guy is bleeding a bit, but doesn't seem to necessarily have taken nearly enough damage to get taken out yet.
All right, and let's see here. Give me 1 second. I want to look at something. Where did it go? I am branding that one.
Okay, your brand of castigation.
Correct. Is there a snippet for that?
You could take a look. Let's see. There's a whole set of, let's see. Blood Hunter would be a top. Nope, maybe Hunter. There's a whole list of them. Where is it? Remind me again what specifically the effect is.
It will, whenever I cause damage, or whenever you damage a creature. Oh, never mind. I have to do it with my right active, which I have been loath to use since I have to take damage to do it.
Ah.
So, never mind.
All right, fair enough. So nothing then for your bonus action?
Yes, I'm going to drink another potion.
Okay.
And that will be my act. That will be my initiative. I'm saving my reaction, obviously.
Sure. 5, 10. This guy will come in, take a little chomp at you. That would be HU2.
Somebody is making an attack on me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to use the Blood Curse of the Eyeless to reduce its roll, and hopefully it's worth using.
Okay, what are you reducing it by?
It is...
Is it a D6 or something?
Yeah, it's going to be my hemo roll, my hemo die. So
that's a D6. I can add it into the attack. I just need to know what I'm rolling. Okay, or not.
4.
All right, roll to 4 plus 6 minus 4 is a 6. So, unsuccessful on that attack. Let me actually get him close enough that it makes sense he's actually attacking you. There we go. The other one, it's crowded because these are very large creatures. He is swimming over here to you, Nona. Yeah, he's got enough move to come around and flank. So you guys have a nice flanking line of giant shark, Grolid, giant shark, Nona, hunter shark. Now attacking Nona. Your potion didn't work there. Potion space healing.
What was the command again?
Potion space healing.
Oh, I put potion of healing. That's fine.
Oh.
All right, 1 point more. All right, attacking Nona, and for flanking and for other reasons, he's attacking with advantage. Actually, the last one should have as well, but I don't think it would have done much good with that -4.
And Nona is BRB.
That's fine. She doesn't have to be present to take damage.
This is anyway.
Yep. 16 misses, which is not bad for your barbarian who would have taken reduced damage anyway. The other two
Sword
were
and board
dead.
barbarian.
So we're back around to Whiskey.
Can you zoom out so I can see the map?
At
Can I see the...
Ask Joe.
Okay, Joe. Thank you. Spin me around. Spin me around, baby.
You see up in front of you, there's a nice long line of either shark or ally in a straight diagonal.
You need to move me up, so I got to be...
Closest target is about 40 to 45 feet from you.
That's what I'm saying. You got to bring me up like right next to Pix, or so I can get these guys in a 30-foot range.
Multiples of them?
All 4 of them.
Okay.
15 if it's possible.
That'll put you there. Let's see. That's 30. That's 35. That's 45. And this one's 50. But your move speed is at 30, so that's as close as you're getting right now. Because you're only moving at 15 feet at the moment.
So how many are within range? 2?
What's the range?
30 feet.
I think only 1. That one's within range. That one's 35 at least.
Forget it then. I can't do it. But I'll just have to...
You trying to drop a Bane?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I need a little bit more distance there. Yeah, I mean, there are ways to set yourself up for it next round, but not really this round. Just so you can be planning ahead, Ryan and Anna, you guys are up next.
Okay, you see this little fat dude? I guess that's, let me see.
The closest giant shark to you?
Yes.
Yeah, he's 35 feet. That's GI2.
I can do 60 for this one, but I'm going to do it. So the one in front of Grolan, is that 60 feet away from me? Or 65?
The one up here?
Yeah.
I think he's 55, if I remember right.
Okay, I'm going to try to hit him. That's 1, right?
Yeah, 45 for this one. GI1, yeah.
Yeah.
Is the one that's in front.
G. See if this works. Good. Run away. Please.
All right, you clip him.
Leave Grolan alone.
You can tell the damage you did to him was much more fear-based than actually doing mental damage, but
that's because I rolled 2 1s of that damage. But yes.
All right.
That should
he
free
flees.
Grolan up.
You can take your attack of opportunity if you'd like.
Please do.
Oh, I'm going to. I've just got to remember exactly how to type it out. It's
I space AOO and your name.
AOO, yeah.
And then what was the, or I have to type in the
GI1 is your target.
The weapon.
Yeah, see, you do initiative, attack of opportunity, your name, and then the rest is normal. Weapon target, that type of thing.
Weapon target, yeah.
I don't have advantage on this, right?
No.
Talking about combat or target not bound.
Did you do GL or GI?
And you may be the target again if you misspelled your own name.
We're going in to have a writing lesson after this.
Whiskey, while this is happening, are you taking a bonus action?
No, I'm holding my inspirations for something else at the moment.
Okay. Fair enough. So as this is happening, Ryan, it's your turn.
Okay, I would like to swim to my left.
Directly to your left over here.
I'm trying to get where I can hit the big shark, but I don't want to push him into anybody in our group. I want to push him away.
Okay. 5, 10, 15. You don't really have too much. Well, there's enough three-dimensional space that, yeah, I'd say you'd be able to push him past the hunter shark on the other side. Theoretically, that would happen regardless, because of you've got more on the y-axis than you normally would for a fight.
Yeah, we're in a 3D world
Got
at the
it.
moment.
Did you start within 10 feet of Willem? He might be able to move 5 more feet.
That's true. Yep. I believe you were exactly 10 feet away. So yeah, you might. It's not going to affect too much more, I don't think, in that regard. He still has this line, so he's got the other shark. But like I was saying, there's a three-dimensional space there, so they can inhabit top and bottom if they need to.
Okay, good. That's how I wanted to be lined up. And as I swim past Pix, I'm like, Pix, do you have that trident?
I never identified it.
And then I will unleash on the giant shark, number 2.
All right, so GI2. Grola did, by the way, clip the one that was swimming away for 6 points of damage.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice. And that will knock him back 10 feet each hit.
Gotcha.
And slow him by 10 feet.
All right. So 20 feet, blasted back. And both of them slows him by 10, or does it not stack?
Let me reread that, because I think I can only do that once per turn.
Gotcha. That would make sense. Especially as many Eldritch Blasts as you end up getting. You could theoretically just force people to never be able to move if you could stack it. And that doesn't make sense. I assume no bonus action?
No, it says once on each of your turns when you hit a creature.
Gotcha. So it's 50 feet of move is reduced to 40 on its turn. Got it.
That's correct, and that'll be it.
All right. Anna and then Pix. Anna,
So I think that's all my movement there.
It looked like about 15, yeah.
And then I will Thorn Whip the one that's on Nona.
All right.
What's the HU?
That one would be 4. Nope, that would be 3. 4 is dead.
Yeah, 4 is dead.
What's the number?
Is that 3?
3? Okay.
HU 3. Yeah, you only have 2 and 3 left.
Kind of weak, but still pulls it away from Nona.
That's still our favorite number. 1.
It also pulls it into melee with you, if that matters to you for anything.
Oh, that's good. And then I'm going to try Healing Word again on Grolid. Heals up for another 10.
Grolid appreciates it.
And that's
Grolid is hovering right around that 33 point, no matter what happens.
That's it for me.
All right, Pix.
Alrighty.
Back around to you.
So, I want to get closer to the hunter shark that is next to Grolid.
Unless you're using a bonus action to dash, you're not going to get there.
I will be.
Okay. 5, 10.
And I've got the extra movement from Steve.
10, 20, 30. So that's your move.
Mm-hmm.
So 40 because of starting closer to Willem.
Yeah.
And then 10 and 20 again.
Okay.
You could move another 10, but you're not going to get around to flank from where you are at the moment.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine enough as it is. And
Okay.
I will swing the because it's because Shadowblade's concentration, the dancing lights are gone.
Okay, that's important for mostly Nona and you to keep in mind. You actually don't have an immediate source of light outside of what's emanating from Nona right beside you.
Yeah, which is 20 feet bright and then 20 feet.
Yeah, you're okay
down.
where you are.
Yeah. So I think which hunter shark is that again?
3.
3. I think I've got this right.
After Pix is Willem, and then the giant sharks are up again.
Oh, all right.
All right. Pix takes the shadow dagger and plunges it right into the underbelly of the shark in front of him, and it also just kind of is now just floating in the water.
All right.
Action, bonus action, move. I think you technically have 10 feet of move. You could take another step in any direction you want.
I'll take a step to the left.
You would be sharing a space with Grolin.
A step forward, then. Sorry, it's the angle of the camera that we have.
Gotcha. I'm trying to orientation be from the doorway that you came in. If you guys are ever saying forward, backward, left, right.
Okay, good.
That's how I'm trying to communicate. All right, Willem.
Need camera, please. There we go. Okay, bearing in mind that I have 60 feet of dark vision, what can I see?
You definitely can see the last hunter shark because it's only about 20 feet away from you. You might have enough light from Nona's bracelet to be able to see there's one giant shark off in the distance, but it's at least 65. Yeah, it's about 65 feet from you. But there is one shark right here.
Then let's get that one.
All right.
Move into melee and attack.
You have 40 feet of move?
Correct.
Okay, 30 will get you at melee. So
Which
that one would be 3. HU 3. No, HU 3 just killed. So HU 2. I probably told you the wrong one there, Pix.
Oh.
Or maybe you targeted the wrong one. I told you the right. I don't remember. But they're both around the same amount of hit points.
Yeah.
Smite, and I will remember to target it this time.
Oh yeah, you did target the wrong one. So this one technically was the one that hadn't taken much damage, or HU2 was the one that hadn't taken much damage. So you pummeled the wrong one, but we'll play it regardless.
Second attack.
So 5 points piercing, 10 points of radiant damage from your smite. And yeah, okay, got the target there. All right, it's starting to bleed a little bit. You're working itself down.
Smite again.
You're going to use a second level slot. You are out of first level spell slots. Yep.
Okay. I'm going to use a third level slot.
Oh. You sure? Might want to save that for the giant.
His intelligence is low, remember?
Will not allow him to save.
Fair enough. They're all big giant fish.
No, that didn't work.
It says you don't have any third level slots left.
And I had one. I could be wrong.
No, try 2.
You did pop at least 1, maybe 2 in an earlier encounter.
I don't have any third level slots. That's why they're all second level.
Oh, that's what I was going to say, yeah. Because paladins are quarter casters or something, so you don't get a whole lot.
Let's try one more time.
We got the giant sharks after this, and then... All right, he's almost dead. You can see he's holding on just a thread of health.
At
You
least
pump
you
another
rolled that
16
Phoenix
points of
number.
radiant damage into him. Bonus action.
Checking. I don't think I have much that I can do as a bonus action. Negative.
All right. We're going to go with the one that's right here first.
Yep.
And
Yep.
it only has to move 20, so his reduced speed isn't as effective. But forces him to pick on the little birdie.
Yep.
I get that pick. Pick.
And attacks with advantage because
Right.
even though you haven't taken much damage, you all came in slightly bleeding.
Yep.
So yeah, anybody close? Oh, you need to make a DC 10 concentration check to see if your Shadow Blade holds
Right.
up. It should be CONC 10. Okay, so you maintain your Shadow Blade. You rolled a 12. All right, but Pix is looking kind of as bad off as Grolid has been prior to this most recent bout of healing. And the other creature now turns
What swapping
around.
he had?
15, 20, 25, 30, 30. Yeah, he's got plenty of room there.
Uh-oh.
Grolid's blocking flanking, which is helpful for you, Pix. However,
Jeez.
I might die. I might pass out.
Just like pee on their Cheetos or something, Pix?
The good thing is, Pix will float to the top and be out of combat.
Oh, there you go. Ooh.
takes a chomp, but rolled a natural 3 and a natural 4, so 13 is not going to hit.
Phew.
Dodged a bullet. Yeah, 3d10 plus 6 is not a fun attack there.
No,
Pix is our little kingfisher.
Bait.
Nona, you definitely can see these two giant sharks that are now swarming your little bird brain buddy.
Yep, definitely.
We'll take one back and have
Or
it stuffed
Willem may be
for
the
you.
current bird brain. I'm not sure. But your little bird buddy.
Well, I'm go up and stab the one that just tried to chomp on my birdie.
All right.
The one that tried or the one that succeeded?
Okay, the one that succeeded.
One's easier to get to.
That's true. What's his
The one that hit or the one that missed?
the one that hit?
The one that hit is GI 2. She doesn't have enough move to get behind it, not while she's swimming.
And it's with disadvantage.
She could get closer. You're gonna have to run up anyway, right?
Yeah.
Let's see, so 10, 20, 30. You could go. You have a 40-foot move speed?
Yep.
You could go close to flanking, but not quite flanking. But yeah,
Why is she
that would get
floating
you.
so high?
I forgot I could do that.
I mean, technically, you guys can move as much as you want up and down. It's largely because the system's freaking out, and I can't get you to go up and down where I want you to go. So if it adjusts you on your height, then it's not letting me adjust you back down. It may also be currently because if I move you down, then you'll be clipping inside of the creature. So.
Oh, fun.
No, I don't like clipping.
All right. Even with disadvantage, 25 to hit definitely hits. 11 points of magical slashing damage. And, all right, you guys are wearing it down slowly.
Okay, second attack then. Okay.
Second attack actually hits as well. Rolled a 1 on your damage, but 8 points of magical slashing damage.
Don't worry, that's normal.
So those of you watching, or those of you who just haven't fully been paying attention to how these affects, we have healthy, which means they haven't been touched. Injured is, I think, basically all the way down to 50% of their health. If they have the bloodied condition, then it's less than 50%, and if it's critical, then it's, I think, within like 10 hit points or something of being dead. So it is currently starting to bleed finally after the pummeling that you guys have started putting on it. The one that's been going back and forth, the number one is the one that's taken, up until this point, taken a little bit more damage, but you feel like the current one that's a little bit more rough is the one you just pummeled twice.
Yeah, I have a tendency to do that.
As all good barbarians should. All right,
Yes.
I assume you're not doing a bonus action?
No, my rage is still going. I'm good.
I'll let this slide. You technically didn't actually take an attack on your last action, I don't believe, or take damage. So your rage should have dropped, but you have your bonus action available. Why don't you pop another rage? Okay. I assume you would have done that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure you add bear again.
I think it's set now, but don't quote me on that.
As far as I know, it's a snippet that needs to be used every time, but I'm not 100% certain.
Yeah, when she popped it the first time, it said is set until
Gotcha.
stated
Oh,
on the alert.
Got it. That can be done out of combat. There we go. Okay, cool. All right, we're up to Malden again. He's going to... This thing actually moves on its own and has reactions on its own. So he's going to go first. Let's see, 50 feet. I'll put there. Okay. Not as close as I'd want, but closer than it was. Malden's going to swim past 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, which will, yeah, that looks like melee with this huge creature. And he's going to take a swing with his anchor. And he has swim speed, so he does not have disadvantage.
Yay.
And it's at close range, so option 3. Okay, rolled an 18 to hit and takes 9 points of bludgeoning damage, and I'm gonna do it again. So it does it a second time. Another 8 points of magical bludgeoning damage, so not rolling great on damage dice, but doing something. Yep. And that would be it for Malden at the moment. Actually, is that the only one in range? Yeah, it is. So what you actually see on the first attack is extra 1d6, yeah. On the first attack, you actually see as he's striking, there's a bolt of electrical energy that goes from Bitsy, the little drake, and like goes up the shaft of the anchor and down the chain. So when he strikes the creature, it actually takes another 1d6 points of lightning damage.
Nice.
She can do that as a reaction if somebody's within 30 feet when they make their attack. And rolled a max, so 6 points of extra lightning damage gets infused into this creature. Now we're starting to get a little bit of a crowd up here. Who's next? The final hunter shark.
Wait, what about Grollet? I think you skipped him.
Oh, did I? Oh, yeah, because did I jump already?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. There we go. Back to Grollet.
I'm not dead yet.
No, but you soon will be.
I think
So,
I'm closer to dead than he is.
So who is what is near me?
You got the one that's been chomping out of you the most. That's within 5 feet of you. Here, the one that is much worse off health-wise is surrounded by 3 of your companions. You're not sure that you could. Well, you could probably go above it and swim down and attack if you really wanted to swarm it.
Yeah, but they look like they've got it, right?
They look at least look like they've got it so that it can't attack you, which is the important part.
Let's see here. I will make my 5-foot move. Is there a way to flank that one? And I'm gonna have to say probably not, since they're not focused on that one. They're focused on the other. But
technically,
I'm kind of facing both.
I mean, technically, you're occupying the space. You got a 30-foot move speed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can drop here with 15. So you're 30. And technically, you would have flanking according to the rules.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, in that case, I will move there.
Because even if Pix isn't actively attacking this thing, it currently just attacked Pix.
Ah, true. I will.
Still threatening its area.
Right.
Bonus action, and I may regret this, but I will activate my right and
Drop dead. Oh.
Well, if
yeah,
it follows-
exactly. I'm gonna roll
roll max
20.
on your hemo die.
It's happened before.
Yeah, that's what you usually do, I think.
I usually do, yes. Let's see, what were my rights again?
I don't see any of those that I had on here before.
You have cleaned house a couple of times. It might have accidentally deleted them.
It's possible.
So
Let me see if I can quickly find them again. Because there's a whole library of Blood Hunter alias.
Anything for recap?
it used to just be like right, and then I put the
it's right.
But then I put the element, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right, and then space, and then the damage type.
There we go.
It says
it's
it's
a 5.
5 damage. All right.
Because
you're consistent.
And Grollet puts more blood in the water.
Halfway.
Oh yeah, Grollet did put a spark in the water.
Well, and also more blood in the water from his own.
Oh yeah.
Cutting.
Then I will stab at the shark. I was trying to make it sound cool, and I totally failed.
Stabbing at the shark.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you're in the right positioning for it.
The right area, yeah. What's the designator for this one?
I think that's
GI1.
The GI1?
Yep.
And I have advantage. It did not add my right damage.
Yeah,
I really wish it would.
You got to do right as a snippet, remember?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I didn't have because I hadn't used it before. Now I wasn't using that copy paste.
It's a 1d6, right?
It's, correct. It's an extra 1d6 on each, so of lightning damage. And sadly, that was my bonus action to activate the right, so there will be no potion drinking this turn.
That was
maybe good because
6 points total between the two. Just so you know. A 1 and a 5.
And I moved and I attacked and I used my bonus action.
I believe that's it.
So that is all.
All right. Now to the remaining hunter shark, and then we'll have Whiskey, Ryan, Anna. This guy is getting swarmed a good bit. Willem, I assume he has a fairly short-lived memory, and since you were the last one to attack it, he's going to return the favor.
Do that.
I don't remember which one's dead, but it's not going to matter too much. Oh, I picked the wrong one. But the dead shark attacks you.
Yeah.
Decent roll on the damage. So 14 points of piercing damage as he lays into you. He's almost dead, but you can tell kind of like a cornered rat just kind of thrashing about. But that's it for those guys. Whiskey. You got one right in front of you that's not long for this world, and you got two giant ones up further away.
I was muted.
I was going to say, do we have a whiskey?
Yeah.
The cat really doesn't like water.
If you move me around towards Willem, I should be within range of these guys.
Just moving forward on the left side of Willem?
Yeah, because I really don't have damaging spells.
10,
Fish.
15, that'll get you you're 35 from this one, 30-ish, 30 to 35 from that one.
Move me enough so I'm at 30 from all of them.
No, that's it. I moved you 15, which is all you got.
That's my movement?
Yep.
Yeah, we're double difficult terrain.
Basically, yeah. In the water without a swim speed, it's difficult terrain. It's sort of, kind of. Yeah, so you can get this one here within 30, I would say, but this one is still 5 feet away.
Which one's 30?
The one that's floating a little bit higher to Pix's left. Yeah, it's definitely
That's
35.
okay. I can hit any of those. Well, actually, I'm just going to... Or my blast. I can't remember if I'll try it and see if it works.
What are you trying to do?
My circlet.
Yeah, I can't remember if you've used it yet.
How do you do it? It's exclamation point.
Circlet.
Oh, okay. That
and then
would make sense.
Target that attacks 3 times.
Yes.
So you got to give 3 separate targets, even if it's the same one that you're targeting. I know you've used this, but I can't remember whether it was since your last long rest.
Well, let's just do it this way.
We'll find out.
Which GI 1? Oh,
you can possibly do the RR3 on it, but if you're not familiar with that one, because you're not a melee person, then I'd just target him 3 times.
And what is the little shark in front of us? What number is he?
The last hunter shark is
HE2?
2.
Okay.
All right. Whiskey busts out his circlet that he always forgets he has. Oh, this is reduced damage, though.
Yeah, because it's fire.
Well.
But that's still enough to kill the hunter shark for sure.
Excuse me.
The other will take 4 points of damage instead of 8 points of damage.
I forgot, but desperation caused desperation.
Right.
And now I have one thing to do.
All right. Kill off the hunter shark. And then, you got bonus action if you want to use it.
Yes.
And technically, you could use Healing Word because you use an item to cast the spell instead of actually casting it. I think that's how it works. So if you wanted to do Healing Word as a bonus action, I would allow it, I think, on this. Just throwing it out there.
On Grolin.
On
It's
whoever.
either that
Actually,
or inspiration on
Pix is
Pick.
actually the one that's looking worse off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me.
Good old 19.
After this is Ryan and then Anna.
See if this works.
It is
All
appreciated.
right, yep, 7 points of healing, and that's your last first level spell slot.
Of course it is. Until we die again. Yes.
All right, Ryan.
Is there any chance I can get to within 30 feet of the giant one?
GI1. 30 feet would be... Yeah, I think it's only about 10 feet of move, so use 20 of your feet. You should be
All right, good.
within 30 here.
Just die already.
Oh,
Unleashing the Blight.
nice.
Failed its Constitution save, so 41 points of necrotic damage. As you all see, this shark, that nice big full, just starts to shrivel and dry out. Even as it's sitting in the water, you can see it's just starting to look like something's just sucking all the moisture out of this thing.
Oh, dang. Nice.
All right, bonus action.
If I have any movement left, swim back.
Okay, 10, 20, so you can do another, 5 back. Your move's
Yes,
30,
that's
right?
good. Yes.
All right. Anna, and then I believe Pix is next. Yep. And then Willem.
Right. I'm going to pull out my star map and start to draw what looks to be a constellation and cast Guiding Bolt from it.
All right.
I'm going to target the one on the left is GI1.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. You guys keep nickel and diming this guy, but he's starting to look much worse off.
Nice.
Nice little symbol there on your Guiding Bolt sparkles.
And now the sparkles shimmer it in some light, so the next attack has advantage.
Or loses its disadvantage if you're Nona.
Exactly. I'm going to try something else. I haven't done this before, so this will be new for everyone, but I'm going to go into my archer star form.
Oh.
Make an attack with my bonus action.
I think there's an alias for that. Did you pull it up yet?
Oh, yeah, cool.
Whether I can actually do anything with that attack, I don't know. I think this might just be a rules thing in the bot. So.
Well, what's your wild shape takes an action, right?
No, it's a bonus action.
It says when you activate this form and as a bonus action on subsequent turns, then you can make a ranged spell attack.
This is so this would be when I'm activating it.
Yep. So yeah,
cool.
You're able to do it. Did you read up on this? Does it give you the attack while you're in this form?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, cool.
This is the ranged one, so it should be. It'll deal 1d8 plus 5 radiant, but the hit will be a d20 plus 8.
Yeah, archer form, if activated while in initiative, it will give you an attack with which to use their effects. So
that was not very well. So
yeah, that's what I was asking. You should be able to actually use an actual attack instead of rolling random dice.
Oh, I don't know. I will have to look. I saw where I can activate the form, but not to actually use the archer
Yeah, it says the archer in chalice forms, if activated while in initiative, will give you an attack with which you use their effects. So I think it's in your list of attacks currently.
I'll have to look.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, pull it up in the out of character chat or something, see if you can see your list of attacks. You should be able to just do like !A and see what attack options you have right now. All right, but that one misses. So Anna is done unless you're moving somewhere. Are you moving anywhere?
Move me. I guess I have 40 feet right now, thanks to Willem. So move me 20 feet, just up.
You're exactly 40 feet away from this thing.
Okay, move me 20 up.
What's your move speed?
It's 40 with Willem there.
10, 20, 30. You move straight ahead, be right behind Malden?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So you're halfway there. You're 20 feet away now. All right. Pix. You
All right.
are currently up.
All right. Only question I have to ask: if what I'm doing deals bonus damage, is it B or D?
D for damage, B for bonus action. What are you doing?
Well, I just realized I can cast Booming Blade with Shadow Blade, and since that's a little wonky, I'm just adding the extra D8 that at this level I would get.
Booming
as
Blade
just
has
extra...
a snippet. Just do BB.
Oh, okay, cool.
And it knows to drop the actual Booming Blade effect.
Sweet.
You technically have advantage on either. Well, not if you're attacking GI1. Is that the one you're attacking?
Yes.
So you do have advantage, which means you can apply your sneak attack
Yep.
as well.
That was the idea. Okay.
Give me a second. Which one were you? Oh, Booming Blade. Got it.
Yeah.
BB. No. Apply BB to the end of it. Don't make the.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. Rename BB. Just so you don't have that problem again. All right.
So BB or BB1?
No, I left BB1. Do BB.
Okay.
That's one of the. I think it has two for some reason. Of the same. All right. Try one more time. So you should have your Shadow Blade attack.
So what? I'll just show you what I'm.
That should be correct. Yes.
Okay. There we go. All that for 9 points of damage.
9 points. Let's see. Did it apply everything though?
3d8.
Did not apply your sneak attack, even though it said it did.
Oh, weird.
Roll an extra 2d6.
Yeah,
And it didn't apply Booming Blade either.
Yeah, weird. So that's an extra d8. So 6. 1d8.
And Booming Blade is if he moves away, he takes additional damage.
Since I'm at 5th level, it not only does it do that, it actually adds an extra d8 to the attack itself.
Right, you're adding the damage. That's fine. If it's an additional d8.
Yeah, I'll read it. I had to clarify this myself.
You're already dealing damage. If you're at 5th level and it's heightened, then it's 2d8, not 1d8. Correct?
At 5th level, the melee attack deals an extra d8 of thunder damage to the target on a hit.
Correct.
And the damage the target takes for moving increases to 2d8.
Right, but the actual cantrip itself is also a D8, correct?
Yes.
So you need to
Normally.
roll one more D8. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So the cantrip now is 2D8. Not
Right.
yeah.
Got it.
You upped your attack. It looks like somehow. Maybe no, I don't know. I don't know why it didn't do all the extra damage. All right, so 15 points of bonus damage from your sneak attack and the booming blade that didn't apply. Now it looks like it is not long for this world.
Yeah. So yeah, the Shadow Blade kind of gets a kind of a little cocoon of thunderous energy, and I just stab really hard.
All right, on to Willem. You see the
Okay.
giant sharks up in front of you, kind of swarming around all of your friends who are doing the same for them.
Can I get in there somehow?
40 feet of move will get you, well, at half speed, you're only going to end up going about 20. You can get close, but you're not going to be able to get immediately 20, 30. You're about 10 feet away from either of them, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, 15 feet from either one.
Willem, don't
Okay.
you have one range spell? I
I've
thought you
already
did.
used all my first level spells. I could cast it at second level, but I only have, I think, one of those left too.
Okay. I was just wanting to
And
remind you of the option.
to be honest, I'm more effective using that for smite than I am with that spell. That spell almost never
fair.
hits for me.
Just wanted to remind you.
Yeah, paladins don't have nearly as many spell slots, and also don't have cantrips.
No.
All right.
They might now.
If you're not actually attacking, you could just use your action to dash and get into melee for next round.
Actually, no. I'm going to use my. Hold on, I gotta make sure.
This one is like a warrior.
Okay, are Pix and Grola both inside 30 feet from me at this point?
Let's see. Grolid is... Yeah, Grolid's 20 feet away, and Pix is even closer. Pix is 10.
Okay, I am going to use channel... Oh, no, wait, never mind. I have to do that after smiting something. Damn it.
Oh, to do the
Okay,
heal? Yeah.
no. Yeah, no, never mind. Done.
You're not going to move up any further?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. Well, Pix, you've made yourself the target.
Yeah, I realized this. I wanted to give Grolid a break.
So the one that you've almost completely killed takes a chomp out at
close.
you. And out of curiosity, oh no, your max is 48 points, so you don't immediately die. But yeah, the little bird is now just kind of floating limply in the water, and there's blood pooling up all over the place.
It may or may not still have me in its mouth.
You obviously also lose your Shadow Blade. It's wanting you to make a concentration check at a DC 17, but you can't concentrate when you're unconscious. So
yeah, auto fail.
Yep. And since that's not there, this one is going to turn and.
Oh, the moment Nona sees that, she lets out a scream of rage and yells, "No!"
No.
As you're screaming, the other one whips around and tries to take a chomp at you, Nona. And misses, actually. To be fair, it's
very mad.
it rolls with advantage. So let me do it one more time. Okay, so almost misses, but it's almost like it hones in on your scream, and just as a second afterthought, just latches onto your arm. That hurt a lot, even with your resistance. 16 points of damage, and that's half the damage, so it would have been 32. Yeah, so you hear Nona screaming in the water, and it has a giant shark lashed onto her.
Yeah.
Nona.
Yeah.
Speaking of giant shark latching onto you and your friend who is just passed out beside you, what would you like to do?
I'm going to stab the shark in the face multiple times, Alex.
All right, go for it. That's a GI 2. And you might as well do the reroll and apply them both at the same time. We're at the top of the order, so we have Nona and then Malden and then Grolid.
I like to read that as they're just saying, "This cannot be cast."
I did all the reroll, but it didn't take. That's okay.
I think because of the disadvantage, it was maybe saying you have to, if you're rolling disadvantage, then you got to roll them separately.
Oh, fair.
I'll have to look into that one. All right, on the first strike, however, first strike hits, 11 points of slashing damage in your rage, and it's probably a good thing that you're wielding a one-handed weapon since it's trying to latch on to you. You only have one arm free. The second one, because of your frenzy there, you're...
I missed.
Yeah.
Ooh. I rolled a 1.
Swing and a miss,
Ooh.
which is relatively hard to do with a huge creature, but you did
But
it.
not
Congratulations.
Not for us.
Yeah, I rolled a 1.
Yeah, we will find a way.
I assume no bonus action, right?
No.
Welcome to Epic Blunders.
Yeah. At least I didn't drop my sword yet.
Hey, there's that. Yeah, and you just have a shark on your shield.
Yeah, it's just shaking me uncontrollably.
That'll get right up there. Won't have advantage. But little Bitsy swims up to melee with this guy and takes a nice bite. I don't think we'll hit. These guys are 13. Just barely misses. But Malden will also attack twice on the same thing.
And Bitsy can use her reaction on one of his attacks, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, first one hits, 13 points of damage, and he brings the head of the anchor back around off the chain and just brings up and clocks it on the underside of the belly for another 10 points. And then, Bitsy snarls at the thing and infuses one of those strikes with a bit of electrical damage.
Fun. Nice.
Which is just enough to knock the thing out completely dead. So you see just the thing just shake uncontrollably and then go limp.
Nice. Just like Vix.
That a girl, Bitsy. That a girl. All right, Grolid. You see one near you drop, but you're pretty sure on the other side of this giant one in front of you, you see feathers just kind of scattered across the water.
Yeah, I assume I am no longer flanking.
Correct.
No, I don't think corpses count.
The only thing they count as is difficult terrain.
Yeah. And I'm still convinced I'm like half in its mouth.
You count as food.
Yeah.
True.
All right. So, and nobody else seems to be in melee with it. So I
Nope,
am
not this
going,
one.
and so I am going to see here. Is there anything else still up that I can see, or is it just this one?
This is the only thing, as far as you know, that has attacked you in this water that's still alive.
Sadly, I don't think we've been using the brand. It's been doing damage, so it should have
You
suffered
never
some
actually
damage.
did the
But oh well.
brand.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Thank you.
Yep.
I'm a dummy.
Said you had to do it before.
Yeah, no, I have to have my right active.
Right.
So
And you only put
I
that up
will
last turn.
stab it 2 times
Step.
because that's what I've got.
Stabby. Make sure you do right at the end.
Yes. I'm glad you reminded me of that.
After
And-
Grolid, we have Whiskey and then Ryan. Hey, you should probably change the target.
Yeah, I should definitely do that. What's its designator again?
GI1.
Yes.
At some point, I'm going to get through one of these snippets without messing it up.
I
There you
love
go.
your optimism.
Yeah.
Grolid, with this javelin, shanks it once in the side and infuses it with lightning damage, and then a second time pierces it. How would you like to do this?
It actually seems to have been dead on the first one. So the first one was just a standard, I'm stabbing it because it's still alive and trying to eat my bird. Having figured out that it was probably dead after that one, he literally he's stabbing, the javelin like you would hold a knife to cut food. He literally switches his hand around so that it's now more like he's trying to stab something with a knife, grabs up as close to the gill as he can and just runs the javelin straight through as far into it, out the other side if he can, and then just sits there and let's go and kind of kicks it a little bit.
That one was payback.
Yeah, so
Yes.
you ram it through the gills, like inverse style through the gills, and you see as it starts to kind of float away, you see the point of the javelin head sticking out of its mouth as it's floating away.
Excellent. I'll have a harder time retrieving that one, but it was worth it.
And that's when you realize you stabbed me too.
All right, there's nothing immediately in the area.
I would like to hit Pix with a healing word.
That's what I was about ready to ask. Yeah.
It's 3rd level, so
There you go, Pix. You are back up and among the living. And the first thing you do is take a giant deep breath of water.
and drowned.
And then there's the whole psychosomatic is like, wait, what?
That is
I got
something
a
that is something
This
I'll
is
need
a-
to look into, because if you went unconscious, is the spell still active on you? But we'll assume for now it is.
Now, I was just going to ask
That's a
that.
good point.
Yeah, the thought had occurred to me as well.
I will
They
say
wait-
for now it is, because I don't want to stop and figure out the rules.
If that
on
was the
this.
case, I'd leave him dead and just
Carry him through, yeah.
Technically, he's not dead until he fails his saves,
Yeah,
right?
you're currently unconscious, which is why I'm saying I'm not too worried about it. If you had completely died and they brought you back, then yeah, any effects on you would definitely be gone.
we would leave him in that bag of holding until we got back.
You guys haven't got a bag of holding yet.
Oh, that's right. Dang, we got to get one.
Yeah.
Just for dead bodies.
All right.
What happened?
As far as you can tell, there's nothing other than you guys in this room that's still alive.
You got
I remember a big jaw coming down on me.
We'll
We
just leave
might
it at
want
that.
to get out of this water as soon as possible.
Well, we don't know where we're going. Are we going straight? And how many hours we got left on this spell?
He says as he begins to choke. Grolin will retrieve his javelins.
I believe last count, when you guys were back in the atrium where the 3 branches broke off, you guys were down to about 10 hours. Is that correct, Anna?
I think that is correct, yeah.
I would say you've probably used, between the whirlpool room and the room with the pedestals, and then, I mean, this fight only took less than a minute. But you were a little slow as you were moving through. I would say you've used another hour and a half. You're
Okay.
probably
Yeah, we
at
need to
about
get.
8.5 hours left.
We're not going to be able to do the third room unless we recast the spell.
I can do that.
Yes, but we don't have the time. Do you have it with you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because we don't have time to take a long rest or anything because we have to get out of here. It's going to flush us.
We'll need 10 minutes, but I think we can manage that, right?
We can do a little catnapping.
Ryan, do you see anything else in here?
I think I see an exit ahead.
Anything besides
Ryan,
that?
make a perception check, and you can do it with advantage because this will be like everybody kind of adding to your search.
Yeah, works for me.
Nona's busy going over to Pix, the statue holding him. Are you okay?
Uh,
Pet, pet, pet.
I think
A
so.
one.
Pet, pet, pet.
Yeah. +1.
Wow. Thanks for the advantage, guys. We got an 11 or a 10.
We'll take the 10.
You were too busy watching Nona pet her pet bird.
Ryan, what you see is that there's these fleshy bodies that are floating around, but as far as you can tell, there are a few scattered about that are more humanoid corpses that haven't moved the whole time. They're just kind of stuck where they are, either sunk to the bottom or floating more closer to the top of the room. You can't get a good beat on specifically what they are, but
Search the bodies.
But yeah, you're able to point out at least one or two of them.
There's some other humanoid shapes out there just kind of floating around. They may have been a previous dinner or something.
Probably. Yeah. Might as well take what we can.
Malden, the people that we were following that had your ring, do they look like these people or not necessarily?
Well, if Ryan here would point them out, we could take a look.
Yeah.
Over there's one, and over there's another.
At this point, Anthony, I sheathe the short sword and pull out the moon sword to get some light.
A little more light, okay.
Yeah. I recast dancing lights.
You're able to take some time. If you're willing to take some time, you're able to do a decently thorough search of the room and find each of the bodies. But it's going to take you. This room is massive. It'll probably take you at least 10 minutes to do a search of the whole room while you scatter.
Okay.
It's up to you on whether you want to take the time to do it.
I will.
Just roughly, how much time do we have left before we get flushed?
A long time. Your water breathing was cast the night before, and you still have an 8.5 hours on your water breathing.
Yeah, that's a full 24 hours, so we could. I mean, most of our spellcasters are exhausted.
You've been in here probably less than 5 hours, I think.
Yeah.
All right, then I think we've got 10 minutes.
Yes,
okay.
10 minutes.
Somebody can lead the charge with investigation if they want, and roll with advantage if you're not already getting it.
Let me see.
I.e., if Anna's rolling, then she's already rolling with advantage.
That could be my roll, right? And then Pix can roll his.
Yeah, but Pix would not roll with advantage. Pix just make a flat roll if you want.
Right.
I'll roll.
I can give Pix advantage.
I'm saying collectively, everybody's giving somebody advantage.
I was making a joke.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll show you advantage.
Man.
Pix, you are mostly focused on investigating the giant teeth marks all throughout your body.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anna, the two bodies that you feel most drawn to are one that's floating closer to the middle of the room up here. I'm not sure if you have the right camera angle. And then there's one back has mostly sunk down to the ground over off to the side. You do a quick once over on those, you find coin pouches on both of them. The corpse that's up closer to the main passageway has an interesting, like a jacket, almost like a trench coat thing, but it looks like the type of thing that you would wear, maybe partially waterproofed, that you might wear on a ship. But it's fairly trendy looking. That catches your attention. Both of them have like short swords on them. Neither of them look like their items are overly rusted. Both of them are just wearing basic leather, studded leather armor. Nothing out of the ordinary there, but if you want to take the time to strip them down in the water, you probably could. But the biggest thing that jumps out at you outside of the coin purse is that jacket.
Okay, I will take the jacket. Does anyone need any short swords? Not, we'll leave them here.
Are there anything special about them?
They're not overly rusted.
Yes, grab them.
All right.
Malden's taking the time to kind of look at them and eventually says, I don't know any of these particular ones personally, but they do look like they may have been the type of ilk that we're tracking. And judging by the state of their gear, probably haven't been down here for too long.
Oh, well then. Let's get out of here. Then start going to the other light, the north.
Step into the light.
Yeah, pretty much.
The
I
northern lights.
already did that.
All right. You walk through the next doorway and are immediately back out of the water. And we can, at least for a second, step away from Tailspire here.
Okay.
Yeah. You're out of the water. You're able to walk on dry land again, which is a nice change of pace for some of you. And able to just quickly catch your breath. What you see in front of you is, well, not a whole lot. It's a relatively small room, especially compared to the 2 or 3 that you've been in recently. It's probably only 20 by 20, kind of rounded walls, very caverny, rough-hewn. Some of these look like they've been dug out and carved in various ways. This looks like more of a natural cavern type space.
Mm-hmm.
And you see a small pool just off in the corner. It doesn't look as fancy or, very enticing like the whirlpool room that you had been in previously. But it looks like your only exits are into that pool or back through the door you just came from.
I'll do a quick look around just to see if there's anything else in here.
What, you're just doing a glance, you're not searching for anything in particular?
Yeah, I'm not really searching anything for in particular.
Okay, let's make a perception check then.
Sure.
I will take a good look at this pool and see what I can learn about it.
Okay,
I cannot get it over 10.
Make an investigation check, roll it.
I am still occupied with the teeth marks in me.
Pix rolls an 8 on perception, Grolid a 22 on investigation. Grolid, this one reminds you of all the different pools you've jumped into recently. This reminds you the most of the first one in the path that you are currently on, where the trail ended and you had to go into the pool and swim to another room. The water is as frigid as that particular water was, and from a glance, that's what you're able to see with your dark vision. It looks like just kind of it tunnels to another location. you can at least see the bottom of this one, which is, nice. And it looks like it does just kind of, it angles down for a while and then goes off into the distance in a cardinal direction versus just down.
It appears we'll have to swim through another tunnel.
Ooh.
Although
Or
I
swim
might
out.
suggest that this would be a good place to heal up a bit. He says as he's rubbing, still bleeding, bite marks.
Yeah, Pix kind of also. Yeah, I think we could all use a breather.
That's
What
fair
kind
enough.
of breather are we talking about?
If we wait too long, I'll lose Bitsy for the day, but I can always bring her back using a bit of magics.
Hmm.
But if the rest of you need to recover, I completely understand.
Yeah,
Especially considering the fact that as big as those sharks were, I don't think that's the entity that the wall was referring to. Nor do I think it's the thing that just was mangling with Willem's mind.
probably not.
No, I just pulled up my hit points.
It's not going to be easy to fight them when we're all depleted.
Yeah, I'm
think
nearly
this would be-
tapped out.
Yeah, I think this would be a great place to do a quick rest and let Anna recast the spell, maybe.
I don't get my spells back in 20 minutes or an hour. So
Same.
that's not going to matter.
Well, thinking about this tactically, how much time do you really want to take here? I know we're in a bit of a hurry, but at the same time, if we rush too much, we're not going to make it out. We're going to end up like the fellas we saw in the back room.
But we can't take 8 hours because we'd have to recast the water breathing spell again.
You're going to have to do it at some point.
There's
Agreed.
no reason why we shouldn't, or why we should concern ourselves with the recasting of water breathing. She said it'd take her 10 minutes and then it'll be another 24 hours. Am I right on that, Anna?
Yeah, you're right.
Is that to everybody with one shot?
It is.
Okay.
Then
If you're resting up and recovering all of your spell casting capabilities, you might as well use it before you lose it anyway.
right.
Kind of like you did on the ship. Just throwing it out there. I've got enough of my spells, but they're more about communicating with... Oh. And he kind of hits himself on the forehead as if, oh, I'm a moron. Give me just a moment, would you? And he like picks up out of his pack, like just pulls a stick. That some of you may have seen something along this line before. It almost looks like the letter Y, and he's
It's a
holding
divining rod. Yeah.
He holds it, with the two handles and pointing in a particular direction, and pretty quickly he's muttering under his breath, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Ah, there she be. Well, good news and bad news. The good news is I found the ring. It seems to be wherever this is leading. I should have looked sooner. Might have saved us a bit of trouble, but, spell only works within 1,000 feet, so you can't be too certain. Bad news may be that it's not moving.
So it's in the belly of the beast.
Well, it
Or
either
on a
means
corpse.
that something, whoever has it, is waiting for us, / just resting on their own, or whoever had it is no longer among the living. Either way, it seems to be not too far ahead.
Then we should probably rest up as much as we can.
I believe, if we're going to rest, I don't remember using any second levels. How would I check that on my character? Anthony?
You can do the heads-up display, the HUD command. See what spell slots you have
How do you
available.
how do you type that?
Literally !HUD.
Oh, okay. I have never done that, so.
They've changed the formatting of it, but yeah. So you have 0 first level spells, 3 second level, 2 third level, and 1 fourth level still available. And then the last
Okay.
thing on there, you have 4 bardic inspirations.
Right. Okay.
So Whiskey's actually in pretty good shape.
Whiskey's
Yeah.
in decent shape. Yeah, he's only been using his lower level spells. Yeah.
And then in the end, I'll just run around and hit everything with a vicious mockery. And slap him with a mage hand. Wake him up.
There you go. Because I technically used that. It's up to you on what we'd like to do.
Well, if we were to rest, I could probably use some of the time, to identify more of the items that we found.
How much time do we have left total? Not even.
But like the trident?
Yes.
How much time do we have left down here?
I think it's only been a few hours. Maybe
I
4 or
think maybe
5.
5.
Less than
Out of
5.
We
what?
should have something like.
Less than 5
We should have
hours.
Out of
We
what?
should have somewhere
24
between
total?
24.
19 and 20 hours.
The entrance seemed to indicate that if you take longer than 24 hours, it's going to do bad things.
I say we make a camp here for now. We all rest up. Everybody can get their spells back. We're prepared for when we go on the rest. Perfectly defensible, and we just killed the sharks on the other side, so you know.
Dinner.
I mean, do we really? How many people are low on spells?
I am.
I am, but they don't really help me that much anyway.
They let you augment your fighting ability, so I
Yes,
count
but
that
not,
as useful.
which is good, but I can still fight without them.
What about you, Lady Elf? Anna?
I'm okay. I mean, I'm about half depleted, but I should be fine.
So it seems like the biggest concern would more be
Health.
for many of you.
Yeah, that's my biggest concern, in all honesty.
Same here. So my abilities, I can have cooped in after a short period of time.
So,
And I would suggest we take a short rest. Whiskey plays his healing song, and we all heal up as much as we can.
If not
Okay.
everybody needs that, Whiskey seems to keep offering a cat nap, and I'd like to actually see what that could do. If only to see somebody other than a cat taking a cat nap.
Let me see. This spell ends on a target early if it takes damage, no. You gain the full benefit of a short rest in 10 minutes.
Rather than an hour. So if you're trying to keep track of your time, and you can affect 3 people? Is that right?
I don't want to take up my 4th level spot, but I can do that if I need to be and do 4.
Okay.
I don't get anything back except my bardic inspiration on a short
How many
rest.
can you target with just the base?
3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. Well, I could definitely use a nap.
I picked it up especially for the casters in the party. Because we seem to always do short rest and they're not, we can do this faster.
Do we need to use it now to save the time, or is an hour no worse for us than 10 minutes?
I don't have a lot of powerful spells. I have one left, but I can only ever cast basically 2 a day. Well, for short rest.
But you have your Eldritch Blast at need, right?
Yeah, that doesn't go away.
There's advantages for a full rest, and there are pros and cons for both.
Yeah. I can get by. I can get by without my spells for now, but I most certainly need to either take the 10 or an hour to heal up.
Let's do the 10, the catnap, and the ones that are most effective. Most cert. Take the 10.
I'd say let's do a full hour. Let Whiskey save that spell.
True.
To potentially use as a different spell or to use in the future if we find ourselves in a bad spot. After that, I honestly could use an hour of sitting.
Agreed.
Anna, how much longer do you stay in that pretty shiny star form you got going on?
How long have we been talking?
Between what you did in the room and your talking, you've probably used about 20 minutes of it.
It's already gone.
Your thing says 60 minutes.
It's wrong.
Okay.
Unless I updated that, but I'm pretty sure it's 10.
Yeah, the thing in the initiative tracker says 60 minutes, so that's what I was looking at. It's only a 10-minute thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably.
Yeah, no, it says 10 minutes in the Discord box here. This form lasts for 10 minutes.
In the description itself, the actual initiative list says 60 minutes on the tracker, so that's what I was looking at. So yeah, it would have disappeared shortly before you actually came into this room.
Okay.
I'm fine with whatever. I can bring Bitsy back. That's about the only thing that I need to eventually recover on.
Let's take an hour.
Okay.
I'll play.
I'm going to start casting water breathing as another
Your healing
ritual.
song.
Yeah.
Now, just as a reminder, Whiskey, what exactly does that healing song do? It helps if we spend hit dice.
If you spend
correct?
hit dice, you get an additional D6 to your healing.
It makes you happy.
And what's the command for spending those hit dice again?
HD, and then the amount of, if you got a D8 and you're going to spend one of them, it's HD, and then 1D8. The extra D6 would be -B for bonus, I think, and then another 1D6.
Do we have to combine that with a short rest string, or is that separate?
SR would do the hit dice instead. So you could do SR and then, however many dice that you're using instead of the HD.
Do we have to label it a certain way?
What I just said, X number of dice, and then D, and then the whatever type of dice it is.
So SR space 3D10 space -B space 1d6.
That should be correct. If you're using 3 of your
Yeah,
D10
yeah, I'm
hit
hurting.
dice.
I'm gonna use 3.
Okay, there it is.
All right, Willem looks like healed up to full. Everybody has water breathing again for another 24 hours. Grolid recovers 20 hit points, so looking better but not great. So you could use the hit dice, the HD, if you want to pile more on.
No, I literally just used. Well, I guess I didn't use half. I used almost half my hit dice on one short rest.
How do I specify which hit dice since I've got Wizard and Rogue?
You're telling it which hit dice you're using, just like everybody else.
Oh, got it.
If you tell it you're doing D8s, then it knows you're using your Rogue ones, right? And then if you're doing D6, then
Cool.
You get another D6 picks
And
from
then...
Whiskey's
Oh, okay.
Song of Rest. Ryan's back up to full everything. Go Warlock Rangers.
Got 2. What was Arcane Recovery again?
Whiskey. You took a little bit. Remember, Whiskey, if you actually do a short rest, then you'll recover your bardic inspirations also.
That's true. I only lost 1 hit point, so
Yeah, from cutting yourself.
I
Yeah,
will
it's
do a
just
short
it's a
rest.
matter of, do you want to spend a hit dice to get your inspirations back or not? Also,
Does he have to
No, I
spend a
get my
hit dice to get them
inspirations
back?
automatically.
I thought so. That's what I thought.
I guess it's not the same as Song of Rest. It doesn't say when you spend hit dice. Song of Rest specifically says you have to spend the hit dice. I believe it's arcane picks.
Okay, it just says recover on the sheet.
Oh, well, then you didn't. You need to tell it more than just one number then.
Well, the example is 1114, and so that's 3 level 1s and 1 level 4.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I don't know what it's actually telling you there. It's can't be arcane if the alias is saying recover. But it doesn't understand something you were trying to do. You can also just reset your spell slots.
Oh, that's true. Let's see.
Yeah, it's saying it's looking for strength and it's finding intelligence or something, which makes no sense. All right. Anybody else doing anything? I don't think Malden gets anything.
If
with the
Pict
short
is
rest, but
doing any identifying, I will talk to him about that. Oh, you haven't set up your hit dice yet.
I'll get it. Pix, are you spending any of that time doing identify, or are you just recovering?
No, I'll spend some time to identify an item.
All right. Which one are you trying to identify?
Any preferences, guys?
Tried it.
So we have
Trident.
the trident, and I have the
Okay.
staff.
Right. Yeah, let's go ahead with the trident.
Okay. Trident is what you guys were assuming it was, which was the Trident of Fish Command.
Yep. Thought so.
Yeah, we could have used that.
I thought we had identified it, so that's why I kept saying, "Get it out."
No.
No, Malden made a comment about it though.
You guys identified the boat.
Yeah, the boat and Anna's ear cuff.
So yeah, magic weapon, 3 charges. You can use an action, spend 1 charge to cast Dominate Beast with a DC of 15 if the beast has a swimming speed.
Mm-hmm.
So here's a question for you. What happens if I cast heat metal on the tip of a spear and they thrust it into the shark and left it?
You would not be casting heat metal on the tip of the spear. You'd be casting it on the spear, in which case the person holding the spear would take damage.
I don't know how that works because of the fact that the shaft is wood, but we'll go with it. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it depends on. It's not set up for that, basically.
Yeah, I figured. What's the thought?
There's called elemental weapon that you would be looking for if you want to do bonus fire damage to a weapon.
I don't think that's in my repertoire as a bard.
As a bard, everything is in your repertoire. You just have to actually use your magical secrets for it.
Yep.
Yeah. When I
who
get there.
can use a trident?
The next one's at 11th. I got a ways to go.
It's a martial weapon, isn't it?
Maybe. I believe so.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, I can't
It
use it.
is actually it is. It just says uncommon. Yeah, I'm not sure. Look, at least looking at the magic one, but it should be martial. It doesn't make sense to be a. Yeah, martial melee weapon. It has thrown and versatile. So it's a D6, but if you use it two-handed, it's a D8.
Okay. How do I edit my spell slots again?
SS for spell slots.
Okay. I thought that was sharpshooter. Oh, that's just a snippet.
That's a snippet, yeah.
Let's see. And it's... Do I just type in a 3 if I'm recovering my 3rd level?
You're telling it which level and what number to recover, or what number to set it to.
Okay, got it.
So 3 space 1, I think.
Yep. Cool.
All right.
All right. So, yes, it's a trident of fish command like we thought. But would like to use it because I cannot.
If we're taking a short rest, do we have the means of identifying it during our short rest? Other items?
Yeah, I mean, it says that you can do small things like that. You're looking to just attune automatically to it and identify it during the course of a short rest. Is that what you're saying, rather than using an identify spell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if you take the entire short rest to kind of focus on doing that, because it does take basically the full short rest.
Okay, I will. Well, I guess my water breathing is 10 more minutes, so if we can, I don't know if that counts as part of the short rest. Probably not.
You can just add 10 minutes to your short rest.
Yeah. But since I'm not doing anything else, can I identify the blue potion?
Yeah. The blue potion. Ooh. Yeah, I'll say you can. Potions seem to be a little weird for you to just like hold and swirl around for an hour and have it come to you. It's not like
that's
taking
okay.
a weapon.
Right.
But I think just as written, it seems like it theoretically does work like that. You're pretty sure, given the way that the liquid is swirling around and there's just constant bubbles floating through all of there. Let me make sure I'm not misremembering what this thing actually is.
I think there's also maybe a jellyfish was mentioned.
No, I don't believe so.
That was like a bubble that sort of looked like one.
Yeah, it's just, there are bubbles inside kind of suspended in it. You're pretty sure if anybody wants to brave drinking this down, you're fairly certain that whoever drinks it may always be able to breathe underwater.
Always.
That's what she thinks.
Okay.
Okay.
So not quite.
You have reason to believe it is a permanent underwater breathing.
Huh. Neat.
Growlithe wants a sample.
Growlithe would like to take a look. Has Growlithe ever heard of such a thing?
Anna hasn't mentioned any of this. Oh!
Yep.
Oh, never mind then.
Growlithe hasn't heard of anything.
Well, only because I'm spending the full short rest to identify it. So
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is kind of, as you guys are doing your short rest, is there anything else anybody in particular is doing? Anybody else who is interested, like Grolid, you keep mentioning that staff. If you want to take your entire short rest while you're recovering to kind of ponder through that, you can potentially identify that as well.
Yeah, just.
Oh, that's something I can do.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those times if you spend enough time with it, then you'll kind of ascertain its general knowledge.
Oh.
A lot of wrist flicks and
okay.
It's one of those things where should anything be cursed, you're not going to get that at all. But you'll understand the basic properties of whatever it is that you've got.
Yeah, in that case, I'll spend the next hour. She's playing with the potion. I thought she was actually casting Identify. She does have a wizard level.
Hmm.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that.
All right, let me find.
Do I need to make any rolls or?
Yeah, just mostly for the fun of it. To see how much you actually get of it, but I'll give you the basics no matter what.
Kana?
So yeah, Arcana.
Since I actually used Identify to on the Trident, to whoever else might be able to use it, can they spend the short rest to attune to it?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
Especially if Anna's taking the extra 10 minutes to do water breathing anyway.
Yeah. All right.
Does that weapon require attunement?
It does. That's why I asked.
Okay. So I rolled a 16 on my Arcana.
Okay, did I give you a picture of this before?
The staff? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
the
You
staff.
only described it.
I
don't remember it.
I think I did,
Corinne
but I'll
saying yes.
send it again.
Yeah, you did.
I remember you described it as like a staff with like an Easter Island head with like
Yeah,
what
I
seemed to
remember
be
that.
water in the eyes.
Yeah, so this is the item.
Oh, cool.
And that's a decent enough Arcana check that I'll give you. It is a rare staff,
Ooh.
so if you're talking D&D Beyond color scheme, it is blue. There's just this magical swirling mote of water that constantly is circling the top where the head looks like it is. You can use it as a +1 quarterstaff. So it's +1 bonus to attack and damage. When you make a melee attack with the staff, you can choose to lash out with the water instead of the staff. And if you do that, the water has a range of 10 feet and deals 1d4 bludgeoning damage instead of doing the quarterstaff damage. You're automatically proficient with the attack, and it uses your wisdom modifier for attack and damage rolls. And then after the attack, then the water shrinks back into the staff and is no longer surrounding it.
Nifty.
Or at least, I guess it's still surrounding it, but it doesn't continue to be lashing around all over the place. It retracts itself. The other thing that makes this extremely nifty is while you're holding on to the staff, so you have to actually have it equipped and, wielded, you can stand on and move across any liquid surface as if it was solid ground.
Oh, neat.
Oh, no, that's cool.
If you end your turn on any type of liquid, then you sink into it normally until you stand on solid ground again. So you can just walk across, but you can't stop on.
Okay. Yeah,
and
still neat.
And finally, while you're holding the staff, you can use an action to cast Control Water once per day. You can only use the flood or the part water variants.
Oh, that's awesome.
And if you put the staff away or it gets dislodged from your grip or whatever, then the spell ends earlier than normal. So it's kind of a Moses thing. You can part the Red Sea, but you have to be holding on to the staff while you're doing it.
Yeah, keep your hands up.
Does it have thing in D&D Beyond, or do I need to customize my own quarterstaff?
It's a custom thing. Give me till next week. If I remember, I'll create it and put it in.
All right. So, where did you go? Yeah, come back here.
Anybody else wanting to spend some time figuring out any of the items while you're doing your long or your short rest? here's the big
I'll take a
question
look
that's
I'll
looming
take a
anyway.
look at one of the.
Go ahead. Take a look at what?
I want to take a look at the short swords Anna picked up off the bodies.
You spend some time looking at both of them, messing with them. They seem like short swords.
Okay, not magical, just
Nope.
fairly well crafted.
They're decent make, but it's nothing you couldn't find at a
Okay.
mercenary
So she noticed
fair.
they didn't rust. So you said they didn't rust.
The biggest indicator there was that it hadn't been there that long.
Been there that long.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, keep them anyways. Or give them back to her if she wants to hang on to them.
Nah, you keep it.
All right. I'll just keep them, sell them off when we get somewhere where we can.
Nona, Whiskey, Ryan, any of these other items that you're wanting to spend some time with during the break?
I don't know which items we have.
Oh, you can ask the people holding on to the items.
Don't need any items unless they actually pertain to being a bard. But that's a thing.
You're not gonna know till you
We've
ask.
got a net, and we have a ring, and we have a trench coat.
What? Well, the ring and the trench coat would be interesting.
Yeah, those are ones I'm curious about.
The net, not so much.
It's a goopy net.
All right. Which one are you wanting to take a look at?
Coat.
All right. Ryan, you're wanting to look at the ring or no?
Please.
All right.
Also, who would like to attune to the Trident of Fish command? I keep asking.
Willem.
No,
Yeah, I mean, you're willing to use it.
I don't have any real particular interest in using it unless no one else wants to.
If nobody else wants it, Grolin would take it, but Grolin already has a piercing weapon, and so
I can't use it. It's not a simple weapon.
Yeah, well, then we'll take it then since we're in the water. Why not? Probably not
At least
to hang
for
on to
now.
permanently, but okay.
It's like having a two-handed sword, but with points.
Also, Grolid, for some reason, and I may change this because it seems powerful enough that it probably needs it. Maybe it's just because it's not necessarily in every opportunity thing. That staff does not seem to require attunement.
I'm pretty shocked by that.
Yeah.
Other things in this same book that I've been using for extra items, they have other things listed as requiring attunement, including the Seafarer's Jacket. Whiskey, why don't you make an Arcana check just to see if you get all the info or whether you botch it and get some of it.
Ha! Please, 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 please.
Okay, it's not
Welcome
terrible.
to Epic Blunders. Yes, where we always roll one digit.
It's not terrible, and this isn't quite as crazy of an item, so the DC wasn't quite as high either. So Seafarer's Jacket. It's a long. Here, I'll give you a picture of this one too. It's a long, really kind of a like a pirate captain's coat.
Yar.
Oh, and it's green.
And even
Brings
that's
out my
what.
eyes.
Yeah, that's what was drawing your attention to it. It just kind of carries this air of authority with it. As you walk out, it's almost like a rain jacket that the water that was on it just kind of slides off and drips down, and it seems to dry faster than the rest of you do while you're out in the air.
Oh, then I bet Whiskey's really interested in it.
That's exactly what I need, to be in the water with a raincoat. And I would feel.
You feel like if you were wearing this in the water, you would feel a lot more comfortable in general. It gives you a swimming speed equal to your walking speed.
Oh, dang.
And you also get proficiency with water vehicles and navigator's tools. If you have proficiency with water vehicles or navigator's tools, you get to double your proficiency bonus with them.
Oh, dang.
Become an expert.
Yeah.
I don't think I have water. I don't think there is anything in there for water boats.
There's
it would be
water
vehicles, and then water in parentheses. on proficiencies. I doubt you have it because it would be super specific in your background, most likely, that you would have
Oh,
gotten it.
absolutely. I don't even have a skill slot that I could put it in.
It's not a skill slot. It's proficiency.
Yeah. It's a tool proficiency.
Yeah, it's a tool. It's basically a tool proficiency. So it would be off to the left side on D&D Beyond.
No, I could pick one up. I have cartographer's tools.
Yeah. So
Right.
yeah. So navigator's tools. Actually understanding the sky, kind of like Anna does, but definitely understanding how to move about the water.
But I could buy them at some point. Yes.
You could learn them and get trained in them. You can't just buy it.
Yeah.
But yes. If you
I know the black market.
You still can't just walk up and say, I would like to buy Navigator's Tools Proficiency. You could buy a book that over time, if you studied it, would teach it to you, or you could learn from someone that you know that could do it. Here's the other thing with it. You can use the jacket to cast Fog Cloud at 2nd level once per day.
Nice.
This one does require attunement.
I have a slot.
And I'll make
But I'll wait
for
and
that
see
too.
what the ring is, because someone may want it. We might be needing to trade.
Ryan, you're going to try to spend some time with the ring?
Going to try, yes.
Okay. Make me an Arcana check.
Hey, Pix, pass me that net. Let me see it.
Ooh,
Okay.
roll for me.
Nice. Yeah. I'll let Nona play with the net.
That would be a 17.
All right. What you pick up from this one, this is a fairly heavy, almost like a pewter, dull, matte, metallic type of material. There's an anchor on it, and there's some like copper wiring wrapped around to like hold the anchor in place. It looks delicately crafted, but at the same time, it almost looks delicately crafted in a way that is trying to be rough, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
While
Yes.
you're attuned to this, you can breathe normally underwater, and whenever you're pushed against your will, the distance that you're moved is reduced by 10 feet.
Okay.
So, like your own spell, if somebody used that against you, you could just hold put.
I'll fight. Yep.
This is called the Ring of Anchoring, and yeah, definitely requires attunement.
Yeah. Cool. And Nona is playing around with the goopy net that we got. I got from the gelatinous cube room.
And possibly Link is looking at those underwater arrows, those iron ones.
You guys already figured that one out, I think.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
I think you identified those because the boat I basically gave you for free because you
Oh, that's right,
activated
you
it.
did. Yes.
So what was the other thing somebody was trying to do?
The net.
Yeah, the net I found where the gelatinous cube.
Who's trying to take a look at the net?
Nona.
Nona.
Gotcha. Oh, that search is going to take forever. Let me find the full name, because net is giving me about 100 entries because it's coming up with things like Signet and stuff like that.
Oh,
as
no.
well. Give me a second.
What is the code called?
All right, Nona, make a Arcana check.
Come on, Nona, wow us.
Link can figure out how much changes in the change purse in the previous room.
Wow,
Okay,
I
he
got 16.
can count that out. Let's see. Collectively, on the bodies, you find about 140 gold pieces. Okay, that's pretty good, especially for a barbarian that doesn't use magic. This thing is a like goopy net that Pix didn't really tell you until he handed it to you. It's covered in what seems like the same type of material that the ooze was made out of. It's just a little bit more gray. So it almost feels gelatinous and doesn't necessarily have as much form and substance as what you would expect.
Well, I didn't face the cube, so I was in the other room
Right.
dealing with
I
the
did tell you about the
breakers
ooze,
and
though.
stuff. Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
When you use the net on a creature and it's restrained, then it will take 1d6 acid damage each round that it's restrained by the net. And on the round that you actually use the net on it. So 1d6 acid damage in the initial attack, and then each round that it remains restrained. If it's wearing non-magical metal armor, then the armor starts to become corroded and takes a permanent and cumulative -1 AC penalty.
Oh, dang.
Whenever it takes acid damage at the end of one of its turns. So including the net, but presumably if there's other acid damaging things as well, then that would also apply.
Right.
And the armor is destroyed if the AC penalty is reduced to 10.
Oh, man.
Okay.
So any non-magical metal armor gets a -1 every time it takes acid damage while they're trapped in the net, and if the armor class gets reduced to 10, then the armor is completely destroyed. Anybody other than you, once you attune to it, anybody other than you that touches the net takes 1d6 acid damage, no save.
Oh, man.
Oh, nice.
And
Nice.
because it's a little bit extra sticky, then it's harder to escape from than a normal mundane net. So it's a DC 13 strength check to free itself. And the net also has resistance to all damage types. So if you're trying to hack somebody free, then it's taking half damage on that.
Oh, dang.
So 10 slashing damage to the net, which has its own armor class, will free the creature without harming whoever is trapped inside, and it tears the net apart. So there's also ways to potentially restore the net after it's been torn. But I'll skip that for now. While you're attuned to the net, you are immune to its damage. And you pick up the net after you throw it. It renders it harmless until the next time you throw it again.
Okay.
But currently, because no one is attuned to it, you and Pix have both been able to handle it and are not taking damage. So this is called the Sunder Sludge Net.
Sunder Sludge, okay. I just had it under gelatinous net.
What's the code called, Anthony?
Yeah, I had it on
Does it
Goofy
come
Net.
up?
Seafarer's Jacket. It does not exist in there if you're trying to type it in. These are all custom items that don't exist in D&D Beyond, so I'll have to make them.
Okay, because then I would have to attune to it.
Yeah, but I mean, you'll know it's there. All the effects that you have are swimming and stuff like that, so it's not necessarily a mechanical thing.
And can you run through those real quickly, and I'll jot them down? Because I thought there was an
entry.
Yeah.
You have a swim speed equal to your movement speed.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it again. You have proficiency with water vehicles and navigator's tools, and once per day you can cast Fog Cloud at level 2. All right, your short rest having been had, here's the next question. It is 11 o'clock. How late are you guys wanting to push on?
Grola does have something he would like to say.
Go for it.
After having examined this quarterstaff for a while, and figuring out what it does. It looks at the party, says, "Is this really anyone's preferred method of fighting? It's a fairly powerful magical weapon. Not really the way in my style. If he wants it, then I'll hold on to it. But I wanted to give everyone here an opportunity to understand what it is and see if it fits their style. At that, he'll then run through exactly what it's capable of doing and see if anyone is interested.
Negative Ghost Rider. The patent is full.
You're my hero.
Well, you would know that quarterstaff is all Anna ever uses for a weapon.
Right.
But
He had glanced at Anna at least a few times. I know that she likes to cast Shalag. Yes, I know I'm mispronouncing that.
Shillelagh.
He had glanced your direction a few times during the description of what it's capable of. Really does seem right up on his alley.
That sounds pretty interesting, and this might be, I mean, interest maybe to anyone, but you're the potion guy, so catch. Think fast.
And at that, I will catch said potion, I hope.
Make
And
a
then
deck
hand
save.
for the quarter save. Quarter save. What you made me do there, Pix? So Anna now has the, let's see, Torret Tayaha.
I think that's how it's
That's
pronounced.
a
Yeah,
probably-
Tayaha.
That's a confusing name. I'll keep my name of the Staff of Moses. That's how we
I
have it
love
down on the sheet.
I actually love the name to go along with the look.
It's a
And
traditional Maori weapon from New Zealand.
no,
Oh, nice.
I know. Part of what I like about it.
It
But a lot of
basically is
civilization
a
and-
quarterstaff, but of a more like tribal island nature. They would sometimes put a little spearhead at the top so you could either smack people with the blunt side or jab them.
Bro, this potion might be extremely useful for you. One, I think you can breathe permanently underwater. Could be useful for anyone, but for you,
Being a monster hunter.
you could
Aquatic
you,
monsters.
you
Yeah.
could avoid people under the sea for as long as you want.
He grins a little bit, you know, that cockeyed half grin.
Not saying you should take it, but you know it's there. But also, sure, I'm sure there's underwater monsters as well.
Would make hunting certain things much easier.
Hmm.
And add a character. Have I heard of any type of potion that confers permanent abilities of any kind? And then, if so, more specifically, water breathing.
Ask the question again. Sorry, I was transitioning our images.
Have I heard of potions of that confer permanent abilities of any kind? And then, if so, more specifically, permanent water breathing. Because players' understanding of potions is that they don't tend to be permanent.
Make an intelligence check based on your herbalism, which you've got proficiency in, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know whether you set that up as a tool, but you're basically doing a tool proficiency on intelligence.
Do you ask that in character?
Yeah, I will ask because I'll look at auto. I've never heard of. Well, I don't know. That's what I'm finding out. So I don't know yet if I'm asking in character.
Okay.
Trying to learn if I have heard of said things. What is its exclamation mark tool. I have to type out like just herb and then int.
Yeah,
You should just be able to
you
get
set
away
it
with
up.
it. And then, yeah.
I've set up the tools.
Yep.
Did not work.
No, type number 3.
Yeah, there's too many INT.
But yeah.
There you go. Ooh, nice.
You haven't necessarily heard specifically of this particular type of potion, but you know it is possible for people who are both masters in their arcane craft and also master herbalists who basically they designate all of their time and study and research into infusing spell-like abilities into their own like drinkable or consumable items. You know that it does exist, but you also know that you have no idea anybody personally that does this type of thing, and that it's super rare.
Would anybody else? Because I am interested. But would anyone else be interested in this before I drink it? I'll look around at everybody.
Have at it.
Just nod.
At that, he'll go ahead and drink it.
All right. I'm not sure if there's a way necessarily to go into the system and add that, but it's mostly a more roleplay affectation than a mechanical thing. So you can just drop it in your notes if you want to remember that.
And so I now permanently breathe water?
Yep.
Score. I was really expecting you to ask me for a saving throw.
There's still time.
The fun part is now it's only water you can breathe.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Start
Give
shaking.
it about 2 more minutes, and then the saving throw will Constitution save because you can't breathe air. Yeah.
Let's see. Besides making... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I think besides just putting it down in your notes that you can do that, at least with D&D Beyond, you can maybe create a custom feat for yourself.
It's possible, but again, there's literally no mechanical affectation, so it's not going to matter.
Yeah,
if you drop it in your notes, it's going to take you 10 seconds as opposed to 5 minutes to do the same thing.
Fair enough.
All right. Is anything else getting attuned to by anybody?
Just whenever you get the jacket.
Since they gave it to me.
But you are tuning to the jacket.
Yes,
Again,
unless
that's another one.
I don't know if somebody wants it. I don't know.
No.
Maybe Ryan would want it. Who knows?
I'm going to go ahead and temporarily attune to the water breathing ring, and then I'll go back to my jumping ring when I'm back on dry land.
Okay. So ring of anchoring is attuned.
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
And I'm attuning the trident.
Okay.
I'm attuning the coat. So
There
there.
we go.
Don't really plan on keeping it, but I'll attune it for now.
At least for now.
For now.
Right. I think Anna still has the
I'm kind
ear
of surprised that the captain didn't seem real interested in it, but I guess he can already do what it does.
Oh, if anyone wants the ear cuff, you're welcome to have it.
Yeah, the captain can kind of innately do a lot of it. It's not dominate beast, but he has enough other beast summoning and beast communication stuff that he would tell you if you're still mumbling about not wanting to keep it long term. He'd say, "Well, when we're done with all this and we part ways, if you're still certain you don't want it, I'd be happy to take it off your hands."
Maybe we can arrange a swap if you've got something I might like better.
Fair enough. I imagine by the time we're all done with this, it's not just the giant diamond crystal we'll be trying to sort out, but might be various worths of these items, since we're still planning on splitting 50-50.
True.
That works.
All right. Cool.
Because
I presume Willem and I are still affected by our penalties.
Yes.
What penalties were those?
Your minus
Intelligence and
Your
strength.
intelligence.
Oh, yes, of course.
Ryan's strength.
You talk to Willem, and it seems like he's having trouble collecting his thoughts. As if he still seems bothered by whatever he experienced. Still looks a little shaken, but he's functional.
The other thing you're probably getting is stuff that he normally would be very quick on his feet coming up with a response for. It takes a little bit longer for him to give you some more basic information, at least basic for Willem, because that would be more the intelligence thing.
Right.
You're definitely personally affected more on the wisdom end, but that's more your what you told me necessarily than intelligence itself.
Yeah, by the time we're ending the rest, he's just kind of sitting down, rubbing his eyes, and he looks rough.
All right.
Anybody doing anything with the net currently?
Does anybody want the net particularly?
Um,
It's acid net to be throwing your
I
enemies.
have a certain idea with it, especially if that's what all it does. See, I can fix items in place and have them not be moved.
Well, have at it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm currently full up on items at the moment. Although I actually haven't used that a whole lot. Yeah. Picks will... Well, actually, on the other hand...
Fascinating gameplay.
Yeah. No. For now, I'll keep on hold of the staff.
All right, so let me go back to the question I asked before. 11:15. Would you like to press forward, or would you like to wrap up for the night?
I'm good with pressing forward. Personally.
Let's go.
Everybody else okay with
I
that?
can go about an hour for me, and I should quit.
All right,
Good enough.
We'll see what we can do. All right, so you guys have taken your short rest. You've taken some time to identify a few items, pass them around the party. Some of you can now breathe underwater through various means other than just on a spell. Whiskey can now swim, even though he can't breathe underwater without the spell, but that's still pretty helpful.
Instead of cat pawing, cat paddling. Cat paddling.
You're caterwauling instead.
Yeah,
Anybody
that's it.
attuning to the Taiaha? Honor, are you taking that one?
That would be me, yeah.
Okay. Got it.
And I put the what I had in my notes for that weapon. I posted that in the actual live play for you to copy and paste. This way you don't have to type it all out the way I did.
All right, so you guys have the small room, the small chamber you're standing in, and the pool that looks like it would maybe fit two of you at a time if you're squeezing pretty close.
Well, who wants to go down first?
I'll go ahead. And Grolid will hop into the pool. And
All right.
start headed down.
Yeah, this is, like I said, very similar to the first pool in this path where it is freezing cold. You know you don't want to linger too long in here. You head down about 15 feet, and it's starting to kind of angle forward instead of just down, and path continues to take you a bit. Anybody following? Everybody following?
Yeah, I think everyone
Yeah.
is. following.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Okay. This doesn't take too long. You go about, like I said, 15 feet down, angles forward 30 to 40 feet, and then starts to gradually slope upward a little bit. Ryan, I do need you to make an athletics check, please.
That's with disadvantage, you said?
No, just athletics check. Because of your -4 strength.
Yeah.
No, it's just do so dash B for bonus, dash B -2.
Yep, I'm tired.
All right. At whatever point that Ryan is in the swimming order, you guys see everybody else is making their way through pretty well, and Ryan just starts to slowly drop to the bottom of the chamber. He's still trying to swim, and he's sort of making his way forward, but he's just dragging like his belly along the bottom on the ground.
Art imitates life now.
Um,
Oh, I take that back. No, he is trying to swim forward and is not going anywhere.
Pix will
To
try to double back and help him along.
Ryan, what you're noticing is it's not necessarily the weakness in strength so much as the arm that has that ring on it feels like it weighs 300 pounds.
Yep. It is the ring of the anchor, right?
Ring of anchoring.
Mm.
What are you doing, Pix?
Try to help him get through.
Okay. What are you trying to do?
Just kind of drag him along or drift him along.
Make an athletics check.
Yep.
Actually, just make a straight strength check. This isn't even athletics. This is just strength to try to pull him. Yeah, he seems to like pull you down into the muck on the bottom of the chamber as well. Not even intentionally. It's just like you start tugging and you get yanked down as well.
Gotcha.
My characters aren't very good with swimming, are they?
Right.
All right. Let's see if you'll let me do this. I'm going to try to hang on to him and then try to use shape water to push us along using the changing the flow of water, so to kind of push us away.
Ryan, make another athletics check.
Him or me?
You.
Marginally better.
Pix, you can't move him at all. Ryan, you are still basically just sunk down into the muck, unmoving.
can I swim down and help? I have no much strength.
Do I suspicion this has something to do with the ring as well?
Yeah, you definitely know that the ring and the arm that the ring is on is what is holding you down.
I think the ring I just attuned to maybe.
You're also underwater currently, and it's not the magical water. So you try to talk and it's
But doesn't the ring let me breathe underwater?
You can breathe underwater. Doesn't mean you can talk underwater.
Yeah.
Or that anybody can hear you. The last room you were in seemed to be oddly magical and you could communicate, but this is just really cold water.
Got it.
Yeah, so you can breathe just fine. You're not in danger of drowning, which is great, but nobody can understand you.
I try to point to Nona and use message.
Has everybody else kept moving, or did you stop when you realized the train stopped?
That's
Stop.
Oh, Grolin's up front, so unless someone gets his attention.
Yeah, I'm picturing Nona's up towards the front also.
As you look
Yeah, we'll
behind
figure it
you,
out
you
sooner or
realize
later.
that at some point people have stopped The group is no longer right behind you anymore.
At that point, I'll turn around and head back.
Yeah, she reaches out, grabs Roland, turns around, and goes back.
The entire tunnel to the point that you were at has only been about 60 feet, so everybody mostly is visible. It's not like you were oblivious to this. Ryan, pretty much everybody is surrounding you for the most part at this point. Make another athletics check.
Oh, for crying out loud. Growl will pick him up.
Grow would make a strength check.
There we go.
You feel like you maybe have managed to move him a couple inches. Other than that, he's still not moving. And what you notice is that his arm that has the ring on it that he just put on is essentially like stuck into the mud and unmoving. The rest of his body wants to try to float around and float away, but that arm is like it's 400, 500, 600 pounds.
I'm kind of realizing this at this point, and I decide to take the ring off.
All right, you try to take off the ring, and you can't.
Oh no.
Got the cursed item, didn't I?
Yep.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make another athletics check, Ryan.
At least they can't hear the language I'm using right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of bubbles coming out of Ryan's mouth right now.
Did I give him advantage because I'm still pulling?
Sure. I will allow it. You're still stuck fast.
Another shrugs and gestures like.
Yeah, that's not
Nope.
including the -2.
Yeah, that's true.
Can Nona try helping out?
You don't feel like there's anything more that can be done. It seems like Ryan needs to solve this, or someone needs to solve it in a different way. Everybody tugging doesn't seem to be the problem.
Can we pull up the anchor somehow?
Okay.
Like, pull his
What I'm
pants
going
up or
to
something?
do is use my Graviturgis ability to let's see. Let's see. As an action, you can magically alter the weight of one object or creature you can see within 30 feet. So I am having Ryan's weight. The creature's speed increases by 10 feet, and that's really the only thing.
Okay. Ryan, you feel light as a feather outside of the ring on your hand.
Yeah.
So now you're floating around almost like this bit of seaweed that's caught up in a strong current. Legs are flailing, arms are flailing all over the place, especially if Grolid is still tugging on you. The problem is not you, Ryan. The problem is the item on your hand.
How far do we need to actually travel and feet?
I'm assuming you were somewhere in the middle of the group. Grolid hadn't made it to whatever end there was, but he was probably about 30 feet in front of you at the time. You basically got in the water and sank down to the bottom and have remained there since then.
Are we within 90 feet of the exit?
You don't know where an exit is outside of the one that you started at which point, yes, you could go back to your starting point. That's only about 20 feet behind you, almost straight up.
Ryan, is that sinking because it's in water?
Yeah, we're still in the water. We can't talk.
I kind of shrug and point at my ears and shake my head no.
Malden gestures back to the entry point and starts swimming up.
Yeah.
And climbs out. Ryan, you can make another athletics check if you'd like. If somebody is still tugging on him, then you can make it with advantage.
Yeah, if I see him start to swim, I'll try and help.
Nope, not even with
Still-
the
Still stuck fast.
14.
Anybody else follow Malden, or are you all just kind of treading water around Ryan?
Pix will follow Malden. I'll kind of.
Yeah. Follow
And
Malden.
Grohl will wave to everybody else on, and I will stay with Ryan.
Willem will go up with the others.
Can I see the exit?
The one that you started at. So the entrance you can see, yes. Nobody, including Grolid, who is in the front, has actually found an exit yet. But yes, you can see the entrance that you jumped in. It's only about 20 feet above you.
All right. Let me think.
This would seem to be a problem, lads and lasses.
Yes.
Whatever that... Was I close enough to be able to tell that was the ring causing that?
Anybody who even swam past him saw his arm just like buried almost up to the elbow in the muck.
Just wanted to clarify what I knew.
Unless you weren't paying attention to him and didn't know that he had put the ring on, then I would say that everybody knows.
All right. Whatever that ring is, well, considering what it's doing, I'm not afraid to say that it might be cursed.
Ryan, you can make another athletics check if you'd like, or if there's something else that you're pondering.
Well, I think I know how to possibly get out, but I'm trying to think if there's any way to communicate with everybody to tell them to go ahead.
Well, you have gestures, at least one hand. You've seen basically everybody except for Grolid, I think, has swum back up and climbed out at this point. Grolid is right by you still.
All right. I point at him and then wave the direction he was originally going. Put my fingers to my eyes and kind of put them forward, like trying to indicate to use your eyes to go forward.
And I kind of look at him, point at myself, do the whole finger walking motion, and then point where I was going away from the entrance.
Nod to him, yes.
And I will nod and turn and start walking that direction. I keep looking back every now and again, but I will walk that direction. I think I understand what he's planning to do.
Okay. Everybody that's outside kind of looking down into the water sees Grolid leave Ryan's side and head back the way that he was originally going.
And just in case I pull a javelin.
Okay. You got one left?
Oh, I told you. I retrieved the others.
The one you said was probably nearly impossible to get out.
I'll just reach and pull it.
You have two
Yeah,
left
just
then?
reach in its mouth. Just reach in its mouth and pull it out.
All right.
It went all the way through. It's just like, with an
Fair enough.
arrow,
No, I'm not going to argue
a
this.
barbed
You
arrow.
got 3. Keep going.
If it's busted, it's busted. But that's what I'm trying to do.
It's fine. You at least have 1, so 3 is fine for
Hmm.
the moment because you can't use more than 1 at a time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well,
Anyways,
it
yes. Moving on.
seems like they've come to some plan.
Where are you headed, Grolid?
I am headed, like I said, down the tunnel, as if we had never decided to turn back around.
You go back to 30 feet that you had double back on, and again, it's starting to slope upward. After about another 15 or so feet, then it goes sharply up again, similar to the pool that you jumped into. And it looks like it's another 10 feet up and out.
And I'll swim up and hope to God there ain't nothing in there that wants to eat me.
Yeah, you can climb. You climb out and into another cavern type thing that's very similar in size to the one that the rest of the group is standing in. The difference is there's a tunnel that continues on further into the distance.
All right. Well, I will not follow or not continue on into that tunnel, and I will say to myself, well, whatever you're going to do, Ryan, you should do it.
Ryan, you lost Grolid a couple minutes ago, so you're not really sure exactly where he is. You definitely can't see him or where he went.
So definitely then past 120 feet.
You don't know. You lost him about 45 feet away from you. It's not a matter of visibility in a single direction. It's a matter of he's in a direction that you couldn't follow.
Got it.
Based on the way the tunnel is moving. It's essentially you went down at an angle, you went across for a while, and then he went up at an angle, and at the point he started going up, you couldn't see him anymore.
I wait for a couple minutes to see if he comes back.
About how far up did I travel?
About another 15 or so feet. So you basically, at least in movement terms, you're about 60 feet from him. Probably as the purple worm travels, it's probably only about 45 feet. But yeah, in movement terms, it's about 60.
So after about 60 seconds or so, and I don't see him, I'll hop back down, swim back down, and start headed back towards him.
Anybody else with Malden doing anything?
Trying to figure out if Tensor's floating disk may or may not help.
I don't have any magic that can break a curse. It's a cursed item.
Neither do I.
I don't either.
If we can't remove the curse, is it possible for us to remove the part that's cursed?
You mean the finger?
I thought about that.
Indeed.
Might have to.
No, there's got to be a better way.
Unless you can cast magic that can remove curses.
Well, no, the question is, the other person was wearing this ring and they weren't an anchor.
No, but they were at the bottom of a small pond, and presumably were either shot or drowned there. Or who knows how they died. But it was stuck underwater.
Link's the one who got this, and he reminds you that that was on the arm that he accidentally cut off and swam to the surface. This thing was buried in the muck directly below where the ledge was that you guys jumped in, as if the minute that he jumped in, he sank down to the bottom. See, the problem might have been he didn't drown, but starvation is a hell of a way to go.
Yeah.
Can we tie a rope to him and all pull him out?
I guess that would be an option, but I don't know what him and Rolla are working on, so we may want to give him a few more minutes to see.
Doesn't
Rolla-
Ryan have a teleportation spell of some kind, dimension door or some such?
It's
That
not
Yeah, I
that.
think
It's
so.
Thunder Step or something like that. Regardless, most teleportation spells require you to be able to see where you're going.
Well, he could certainly see up here. He could see
not
get himself
particularly,
out.
but yes.
Yeah, Dimension Door doesn't require visibility, but that's not what Ryan has.
No, I have dimension door. I can't take somebody with me, which is unfortunate.
Double
I
check
thought
that
you-
spell there, Frank.
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
thought
sure you
could.
can take someone as long as they're your size or smaller.
No, it used to be that way because I teleported one of Brian, or I dimension doored one of Brian's characters.
You can teleport
and-
yourself from your current location to any other spot.
Can you continue reading?
You can bring along objects as long as they exceed what you can carry. And you can also bring one willing creature of your size or similar who is carrying gear up to the capacity of the creature. The creature must be within 5 feet of you when you cast the spell.
That
That's
last
something.
bit might be a problem,
Yeah.
depending
Why?
on the nature depending on the nature of the ring.
He
But
just leaves his hand behind. It's no big deal.
well, then
What
we'll
is
go down a
desperation
hand
for?
instead of a finger.
All right, so
Judging what he
I
revealed to
am-
Whiskey, that's probably a risk Whiskey's willing to take anyway.
Mm,
Lose a
Yeah.
hand.
but besides mutilating him, that's really all we have at the moment.
Ryan, you can make another athletics check if you'd like.
All right, I'm going to try to use my Devil's Own Luck.
To roll with advantage. Is that what
It
that
gives
does?
me an extra D10.
Oh, extra d10. Got it.
Hmm.
So you'll have to do. You have to do the dash B, 1d10 minus 2.
Oh, okay. Wow, really?
Wow.
2 4s.
7.
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome to
Even
Epic
the
Blunders.
devil is not able to help you.
Yeah.
You summon the power of Tiamat, and still nothing.
The devil canceled his trip to Georgia because of the pandemic.
All right. Let's see if we
I
can't
am-
find
The
Roland.
devil also doesn't like water.
I wanted to save this, but if I can cast my spell, I would like to boom out of there.
It has to be someplace you can see, correct?
Yes, that's why I said that, or I asked earlier if I could see the original one that we came out of.
Yeah, you can see the entrance. You can't see any type of exit from where you are.
I will teleport that direction and make sure my. No, I can't do that. Okay, yeah, so I'll just teleport direction then.
Are you gonna wait till Grola gets back?
No.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know where Grolid is or if Grolid is coming back. For all he knows, Grolid could also be dead.
How we waited 60 seconds and then started hitting back?
It was too long. It needed to be 30.
As you,
I made
well,
a-
okay.
a
I mean,
check then, so
up to you. You can either be right by him as he teleports and does about 2d10 thunder damage to you, or you can still be on your way back and avoid taking damage. That thunder step
I mean-
is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
You tell me where I'm at. Like I said, about 60 seconds after nothing, I climbed out of the water and nothing happened.
So here's
So I
what's
was
going
hoping
on.
Ryan had an idea.
Here's what's going on. We jumped over to the other group in the meantime, and Ryan gets to make a check every 1 minute to see if he can fight his way through. So as far as I was concerned, the 1 minute had just passed, and you were probably just hopping into the water when he decided to do this.
Okay, in that case, cool. But now we
Okay.
know where everyone is.
Yeah. So as you're in the water and starting to swim back, you hear this massive boom under the water, and ripples actually kind of push you and shove you against the wall of the tunnel that you're climbing through. You don't take any damage, but something powerful happened, and it seemed like Ryan was the epicenter. All of you staring down at him see first a ton of water come exploding up out of the pool, and then a split second later, Ryan's standing dripping wet right beside you.
Oh. Well,
How is it I get the cursed item out of all of us?
I'm just glad you didn't trade with me.
You really have to ask that question? Look at your
No.
gambling history.
Not really. It's karma, I'm sure.
well,
Speaking of which, we believe we found a single solution to your problem.
well, possibly too.
I don't think I'll like that solution, though, because I'm sure I've already thought about it.
Would
Can't
you
you
like
just
my
take it
dagger
off?
or yours?
Can he just take it off now? He's out of the water?
You can try
Not
it.
if it's cursed.
I'm going to try it
It
now that
might
I'm
be
out
cursed
of the water.
in the water.
Does it
Is
come
you-
off after I'm out?
It doesn't seem to be budging. It doesn't seem to have any effect on you while you're out of the water, but it seems like once it hits the water, the curse takes effect.
Maybe it's because you're still wet.
Let me know when I get back, because I'll go all
Yeah,
the way.
at this point, you're kind of having to fight through a little bit of the extra ripple currents, but yeah, at this point, you probably have made it back to, well, definitely where Ryan was, and not seeing him there, presumably up to the surface.
Probably a small crater there.
Yeah, the tunnel's a little bit deeper than it was before.
Yes, I nod appreciatively at the crater and continue swimming back up. And when I get out of the water, and you'll let me know when that happens, but I have a thought.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You probably can at least come up to the surface at this point as they're conversing.
Okay, so I'll climb out, and
Grolid.
I'm really glad you waited until I was a ways away before you did that, Ryan.
Yes, I waited to make sure you were gone before I did it.
I assume that's why he sent you away.
Same here.
Well,
Well, I was hoping to find out how far to the other exit, but since I couldn't see it, then there was no way for me to get to it.
I wasn't sure if you needed to be able to see, so I did take a measurement for you, but I guess it didn't matter. I did have a thought, though. What is this ring? And I'll take a look at it. I don't like grab his hand or anything, but I take a look at it.
I left it so you can see.
It's got an anchor on it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was dragging him to the bottom,
Yep.
not letting him move.
As far as you can tell, that was the long and the short of it, yeah.
Malden. And you want your ship to move. Raise the anchor, right?
I mean, there's a lot more to it than just raising the anchor, but yeah, I would say that's a starting point.
What command do you give your crew to do that?
Exactly what you said.
Then I look at Ryan. Ryan. Worth a try.
Out
You
of
think?
character, you might say
Gonna
hall
be
anchor
simple.
too.
Yeah, I was trying to think. Yeah, hall anchor would work. I know way anchor is the opposite of what you would want. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anchors away means that the anchor's out of the bottom and you can bring it up.
Ryan, are you trying something like that?
Is there a small slope that I can put my hand in so I don't get dragged all the way to the bottom again?
What you have determined so far with this thing is the minute that it hits water, its sole purpose seems to be to drag you as far down as possible. So
Hey,
that's up to you.
Anthony, weigh anchor means to raise the anchor.
Oh, weigh is to raise it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
To weigh anchor is to raise it because an anchor usually rests on the bottom. And when you say anchors away, that means you've lifted it up enough that it's out of the bottom and it's swinging on the end of the chain, which means the ship will actually start moving while you're continuing to raise the anchor.
Raise it. Got it.
And at this point, having
It's also a movie.
well,
But
I'm not too sure about this. I mean, yes, if it were a standard magical item, I could see it working this way, but if we're right, this might be cursed.
Yeah, Pix, make an Arcana check.
Yeah.
could you just lift your arms up? There has to be a way to remove it.
Come on.
Someone that can cast remove.
Okay, better.
Got my abilities at the moment.
Pix, you haven't interacted specifically with curse items a whole lot, but what you have learned and what you've been told about them is that curses don't have trigger words to lift said curses.
Yeah.
They are specifically curses because there's not a way to take them off.
Right. If this is cursed, then there won't be any command word to alleviate it. If anything, it will do its utmost best to be an inconvenience. And so what we've seen is certainly that. And usually a magic item will needs a command word if there's one associated with it to be activated. It doesn't automatically go into effect. I'll admit I've not handled too many cursed items, but from what I've learned, there won't be any kind of command phrase that will alleviate it.
Curses being my bread and butter, I am aware of how they work. Just a thought. Can't hurt to try.
Right. Well, I'm trying to make it so that Ryan doesn't have to waste another spell to get himself out of this again.
Or lose a
that,
digit.
I literally cup a hand, 2 handfuls of water cupped. Put your hand on the floor, Ryan.
I do it.
And I splash the water on the ring. Lift your arm.
Can I?
It doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever.
You know we have that other room over there where the dead sharks are. So there's no sinking into them up. But
again,
do we have anybody that can put a air bubble around it?
Yeah, do we have a way to keep it from getting wet?
From the staff
You can
that
put the
girl
ring in
just
your
gave
mouth.
me. From the staff that girl had just gave me, I can maybe make a trench until you can get past.
Possibly.
With the staff? Or the water?
Yeah. I mean, maybe I could just shape water around you as you take a step, or make a little ice bubble around your hand.
But how much does that use? We have to come back this way as well and do all that swimming. Boat. It's not as simple as that.
Well, I'm hoping that there's another way to get out. Because if we have to go 30 feet up through the bottom of the whirlpool, we may just die here.
Right.
I said that from the beginning, so it don't matter if he has an axe. We're all dead. He at least live forever until he starves. He can eat us.
Not when you can swim away from me.
Cats.
And where? Die here anyway? What? They eat the dead sharks for about a week and then it's over. Unless we get squirted out or something horrible happened to us because we're stuck here.
Malden's just kind of looking at you funny. So, lad, you're saying You are hesitant to possibly lose a finger, but you're okay with all of us leaving you behind completely.
I'm looking for maybe something in between those options.
Lose your entire arm and continue on with this? I'm not really certain what's a middle ground here.
Can't they
Something
grow
where
your finger back?
lose my finger or body part.
Can't you grow your finger back? Somebody can, right?
Can you grow your tail back?
I don't know. I haven't seen somebody who can do it, but there probably is.
Presumably anyone who can do any type of regenerative effects.
Right.
Anyone here have that ability or know someone who does?
Can't say I do.
Out of character, another thought.
A new quest.
First items even work that way because to players' knowledge, they don't.
Or
Just cutting off the. Like usually, even then, it still requires a remove curse spell.
I mean, if you have a cursed sword that you refuse to put away and you lop off that arm, it's no longer affixed to the person, so they can't let it go because they literally lost a hand.
Yeah, but then
And
that
it's
same
put
person
away.
is usually compelled to pick it up with the other hand.
Curses are not always compulsions.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do. And all cursed items have typically a very generous write-up about what the curse actually does.
All we need to do, Ryan, is find a witch when we're done at.
Most likely a druid would be the type that could restore something that had been lost.
Right.
Possibly clerics that can craft the right
works.
rituals.
I like witches.
So what was your suggestion again, Anna? That so far has sounded the best to me.
I was just thinking, basically just preventing water from hitting the anchor one way or another. Trying it out.
So you can shape the water around my hand so that it doesn't actually touch my hand?
That's the hope.
Maybe. You can change the flow of water with that, but I don't know if you can. And you can cause shapes to form with water. So, I mean, it's possible.
I could freeze water around his hand, is what I was thinking.
Oh, there's that, yeah. Well,
Anna, as part of attuning and identifying that thing, specifically your control water that you can do with that staff is flood and part water. Part water would be moving a large amount of water because it's a 100-foot cube on any one side. And you can create a trench that goes across the entire spell area. Similar to what you guys walked through down the other pathway.
Right, I was referring to my cantrip shaped water.
yeah, that's what I knew she was talking about.
You mentioned the staff. I was clarifying.
Yeah, I
what
said I could make a trench with that, or I could shape water around his hand with shape water.
I'm willing to try it if you all are.
Just be ready to teleport again.
Hey guys, I'm fading out. It's about midnight. Do we want to call it here?
We can entitle this Anchors Away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to nod off here at the mic.
Or
So.
the next one.
Yeah, we can. I mean, it seems like it's right in the middle of attempting stuff, but if people are fading, then we just need to start calling it sooner rather than dropping off in the middle of something.
I don't think we knew we were going to deal with a
It's actually a pretty good
first
cut,
item.
I think. I mean, we haven't made the attempt yet, so
It's fine. If this is where you need to stop, this is where we need to stop. We'll pick things up, and hopefully you guys remember the 13 different ideas you've thrown out to attempt. That's what my concern is that you are not going to recall the different things that you've considered.
We might have one fresh one.
It's possible.
All right, I am out, ladies and gentlemen. Happy New Year. Have a good
And
week.
Steve,
All right.
Happy New Year.
Before everybody randomly bails, Willem can leave if he needs to leave. That will conclude our first stream. I think we had maybe one active streamer. It may have been one of my daughters for a little bit, but to anybody watching this later, we hope you've had fun. You get a little taste of whatever it is that we try to do. And we'll see what happens in the middle of this second chamber in the submerged cavern when we come back next week.
Sink or swim.
So until then,
that's the title right there.
Have a good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Night, everybody.
Right.